Call the meeting to order. I'd like to welcome everybody. We usually, it's the first time in 2 years we've had an actual sit-down meeting finally. I'm not too fond of the Zoom, but Zoom is convenient, but much better off to have see everybody eye to eye and have a personal relationship. However, with the price of fuel nowadays, we may need to go back to it. It's about a $70 trip up here out of pocket right now, maybe $100 before we come around to the next meeting. So I don't know how we deal with all that. I think we usually have name tags, but since we don't, I think we'll go around the table and make a quick introduction. Tom
Elkhart,
Chuck Pavlik, Steve Jacobs,
Lance Kruzik,
Carl Schreck,
Mike Collins,
Michael Banks,
Jen Fraser, Selena Happel,
Scott Starkey,
Lindsey Ball,
Pete Brundage,
Seth Eisenberg.
and online.
Oh, yeah, online we have, can you hear us, Ted? He spoke. He did?
Yeah.
Who else do we have?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh,
Okay. Before we get started, I'd just like to ask a favor. My hearing's not all that great, probably due to back in stationed at Fort Lewis for about 3 or 4 months. I ran a qualifying firing range, shooting out about 100,000 rounds a day. And then after that into Vietnam, and those days they didn't bother giving us hearing aids or anything. But actually on the bright side, I just found out the VA is going to buy me a $7,000 hearing aid. So I appreciate it speaking up. Otherwise, I'm saying, what? That's what most common word my wife and I have nowadays. Sean?
Hey, Scott.
Hey, we made an introduction, but we missed you.
All right. Hey, everyone. Sean Clements and Fish Division, Salem. Good to see you all again.
Okay, the next order of business is to approve the meeting minutes of, see, we have March 8th, both March 8th and 23rd. Is there any issue with the minutes? Anybody notice? On either one?
I'll move to approve minutes.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. If there's any discussion? If no discussion, we'll pass the motion. Approve the meeting minutes of March 8th and 23rd. Takes us on to Jen.
Me, I'll still walking around. I'm just gonna do it from here so that those guys online can see. That is the one quad of the way this is set up. Whoever's up there presenting, they're gonna see our back. But we did the best we could. So thank you for coming. It's really cool to have you all back in our building. It's been pretty quiet for the last couple of years, so this is fun. We have no changes to our permanent staff. We have had an intern show up periodically over this term, but he should be done now. As far as education and outreach goes, Craig is continuing to work on videos when time allows with the weird weather. When it's dry, we're hitting the outside stuff pretty hard. And so the days that we have set aside to do stuff like that changes priority if it's a nice day out versus a wet day. We did hold free fishing day on June 4th. We didn't advertise it. We didn't open the kids' pond up. It was raining, so not a lot of people came. I think we had about 50 people sign in. And so we shut the thing down a little bit early. It's supposed to go to, we closed it at 12, and people could just go fish as they wish. But one of the things that was really nice about having it be small was staff could have some good one-on-one time with the different family groups. It really felt like watching people that weren't fishing and then going and helping them get some instruction and getting them to catch fish. That was a really good experience. And so they had a good time. On the facility upkeep, we've done a facility-wide condition assessment for ODFW in April. So Craig and I walked around and took pictures of everything that is falling apart or needs repair or to be looked at in the future. So there are some upcoming projects that don't need to happen today or even necessarily in the next year or two, but they will be coming up, such as re-roofing the facility and retaining the facility. All that got done in the early 2000s, and so we're kind of running up into that 25 to 30 year range on that stuff. Our dam apron project is on track. Sounds like we might be having a pre-construction meeting with the contractor next week. He's brought some stuff up already to kind of prepare for that. We're going to be doing a fish salvage in the work area in a couple of weeks to get the fish out of there. So that's scheduled to start in July and be done about mid-August. And then, like I said, we've been doing as much as we can to keep the grass trimmed and the trees and the weeds and everything down out there. For operational research, we didn't do any staff projects this year. We've got some data from the last 3 years that I'm still working through. But we didn't really feel like this was a good time to start new things as we're getting more outside research back in. And without a director that was going to be here to kind of set the direction they want to go. Craig did send out the Anglo-Cod Bruce study survey, and so he's waiting for responses for that. We've done a couple of meetings and tours with other ODFW employees, and some of the questions that they've asked has brought some ideas up that we could bring to the idea generation workshop this fall to go out for requests for proposals. Kind of nice to get some input from the field and from other ODFW staff and what they're seeing. For the landslide, we've gotten over 94 inches of rain since last summer, which is good. And we started to see some of that landslide colored turbidity in late April. And then we talked to some of the staff at Weyerhaeuser in May, and they were pretty concerned about it. And so we had Eric out to fly the drone. He said the footprint hasn't changed very much. The Weyerhaeuser people told us that there was some active movement. They were hearing rocks and trees, so we upped our vigilance a little bit, but you're already pretty vigilant living under it. So we're hoping that it'll dry up over the summer and we won't have to worry about it quite so much. Even with the rain that we've been having for the last month or so, we haven't seen that color come down again. So it kind of seems like something moved late in April, washed a bunch of sediment off, and now we're back without that. And then the last thing is the adult trap. Our last fish for the season came through the 1st of May. We ended up handling 1,554 fish. 407 of those were Chinook. 1,065 were coho. And we only got 36 steelhead, 10 of which were from Hatchery strays. And then we had 46 cutthroat trout that we passed through. Hopefully our steelhead numbers will improve with the dam apron. The way the rain came down, the water kind of cascades over that dam at just the right velocity for those steelhead to go right over. So hopefully extending the dam by 13 feet will eliminate their ability to do that, and will actually count the number of steelhead that are up there. We know, we watched them jump over. We know there's more than 36 in the system. We do post those numbers online, and you can get the link on our website, or if you just Google OHRC fish counts, it comes up. And then it says that I'm going to give you a tour schedule. So I guess the tour schedule is when this is done. If you want to see the facility, I'll take you on a tour. So be happy to do that and show you what we've got going on.
Okay, thank you. So this, did you say 94 inches of rain?
So far, yes. That does not
So
actually,
far.
doesn't include June. So yes, I want to say we had 76 total last year.
No, that's good. We haven't had much slide movement with that much rain.
Yeah.
For sure. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Selena?
All right, well, welcome
Can I
everybody.
can I
Oh,
just
question.
questions of, so the coho are quite fantastic though.
They were great this year, yeah.
As they have been everywhere.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea of whether any of those were clipped or marked in any way indicating their occurrence from anywhere else?
They were all wild.
Wow.
Yeah, and I think the breakdown was 512 males and 482 females, 71 jacks. So I think at one of these meetings I mentioned that one of the males was 88 centimeters. And that was the good one. So yeah, the coho were nice. They were big, they were bright, they looked good. Yeah, it was good. It's fun.
Wonderful, yeah. I just wanted to share, I had a very interesting email yesterday from a colleague who contacted me because coho are showing up into the freshwater systems of the Falkland Islands, which is east of South America. And his question is, Michael, you study coho, where are they coming from? And very fortunately, I have my very first student is a professor down in Chile now, and he studies Patagonian invasions of our salmonids, and it seems quite interesting how well they're doing down there. So very interesting study.
Okay, thank you. Apologize. We should have got some introductions around the back row, so if you could say, mention who you are, your name.
I'm Scott Patterson, fish propagation manager for Park Fish Wildlife.
Well, Brent Heiners, Hatchery coordinator, Northwest Region, ODFW.
Greg Lawson, Senior Tech, Oregon Hatchery Research Center, ODFW.
Miriam Oakley. I'm Michael Advisor.
Seth White, currently with Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission.
Morning, everybody. Ryan Couture, ODFW Hatchery Coordinator.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me.
So I'll just call out your name if you're online, and if you could just introduce yourself real quick, and that way we'll make sure we know everybody online as well. So Ted?
Hey, Ted Simon, agricultural.
Mark?
There?
Yep, we can hear you, Ted. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, Selena. Mark Johnson with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Conservation Recovery and Fish Division Liaison to this center.
Travis?
Hello, Travis Mackey, fisheries biologist with the Cow Creek Tribe. I'm a tribal representative for the board.
And Carrie?
Good morning, everyone. This is Carrie Tarkenton, and I'm Office Manager for ODFW and support this board.
And Jack? Jack Smith, we can't hear you.
He was there earlier. So.
We're not hearing you, Jack. But we see that you're there and that you're trying to unmute. No? Okay, well, we know you're there, Jack. Thanks for joining us today. Carl Finley.
Carl Finley, I'm here.
Hi, Carl. And
Hi. Hi, Selena.
AD.
Yes, hi, it's Andy Dittman from Northwest Fisheries Science Center. I work on the imprinting project.
Hi, Andy. Thanks for joining us today. Okay, I
Yeah,
think we
hi.
got everybody online, Scott.
Okay, thank you. You're-
Okay, okay. Well, I'm Selena Happel. I'm the head of the Department of Fisheries, Wildlife, and Conservation Sciences at OSU. And I'm acting as interim director of the center just for hopefully a short time here. Just making sure the bills get paid and check in with all the projects. And so I've met with all the PIs and checking in with ODF&W and so on. I'm also keeping an eye out for opportunities, funding opportunities, project opportunities, and things like that. And then if any of the PIs do need some short-term help, particularly from undergraduates, we have lots of students that are looking for experience. And so I'll be helping out with things like that. And then I just wanted to give you a quick update on the director search. So as many of you, first I want to thank those of you who participated and saw those interviews and then sent in comments. And Dr. White is here joining us today just as an observer. We don't have a formal offer together for Dr. White yet, but we're working on it. And so that's my update. And thanks for joining us today, Seth. Really appreciate it. So I hope you'll get a chance to meet him and chat with him during the breaks and at lunch today. I'm really looking forward to this meeting, getting to know all of you on the board here more, and really looking forward and thinking about what we can be doing with the center and the work that we're doing, looking at some of the multi-generational data that are going to come in now with the big projects, but also some of the smaller projects and how those may be able to lead to some recommendations for ODF&W and making progress on hatchery practices and hatchery wild interactions and things like that. So great to meet you all, and just let me know if you need anything today. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mark, you're on next.
Thanks, Scott. So if I share my screen, will you folks be able to see it, I hope?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. I'll try to do that here. So you should see a chart now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So this should be short and sweet. This is just a continuation to the quarterly revenue and expenditures that we do each meeting. So briefly, revenue for last quarter came in at $153,096. That's about $20,000 more than recorded during the same period last year. And then let's see if I can advance. And then spending has been a bit more volatile, but typically ranging between 50 and 150,000 per quarter. Last quarter came in at over 153,000 of expenditures. Also worth noting that contract amendments between ODFW, you finalized last week, authorizing support for the work that you approved in March. So that's all from me, unless there are questions.
So it looks like we're pretty well on track, right?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay.
Move on. Carrie needs to know who approved the meeting, the minutes, and who seconded.
Seth,
Seth.
approved. Yeah, Seth.
Seth and
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, I'm trying to.
Okay, with that, we're going to move on to the roundtable discussion. You all got the questionnaire kind of sent out. The purpose of this is, part of it is to get to know each other, where we're coming from, and who we represent and to see what different people's expectations are and whether you think we're getting there or not. And like to just be candid. I mean, if you got some issue, bring it up. I mean, that's the purpose of the whole thing. So we have about 5 minutes each. So maybe Selena, you can keep us on track if we go over 5 minutes apiece. And with that, I guess I'll just start out and then we'll just work our way around the table. The first question, how did you learn about OHRC? I found out from Wayne Krieger, actually. He was one of the sponsors or founders of OHRC, House Bill 4331 bill. He's down, he was a state representative at the time, a local guy, and he got a hold of me and asked me if I would be interested in doing it. That was when the board started in 2013, I guess about 9 years ago. And what encouraged me, well, they encouraged me to join. Plus I was with the forest products industry. My boss wanted me to, at Panache and forest products industry wanted me to join. I'd also been on the Coastal Molded Species Management Plan committee down there in that area. And so I do have an interest in that fishing. So that's how I ended up here. I originally represent the forest products industry. I'm retired now, but I've been on the board of the Douglas Timber Operators for years, and I still report back to them. I'm also, since that time, we've got involved with the South Coast Angler Group, our local angling group, and also the Oregon Anglers Alliance. So both of them are calling me all the time and wanting to know what's going on. So I sort of report back with them too. Initially, I expected to learn what was going on with ODFW and OSU so that I could report back to those groups. And if I needed to defend the forest products industry and what they were doing, not defend them, but explain their involvement in the fishery and what they've done in the upstream habitat and that kind of stuff, and report back to them if there's any issues that they need to be aware of. That was originally, that never amounted to having to do a lot of that. They were always interested in what's going on. But timber industry's big concern was, if the fish are in decline, they didn't want to blame it on the upper watershed. And if so, what could they do to improve it and make conditions better and explain to people what they are doing? So that was the original idea. But now, kind of knowing that the fish abundance was in decline, I mean, I expected over 9 years of being involved in the OHRC that we would be improving harvest opportunities and fish abundance. So that's what I expected to be involved in, doing that through research and keeping our hatcheries operating while also protecting wild fish. Yeah, I guess I already covered to a report back to. What were my expectations? Well, I really expected that over time we would at least be at OHRC, we'd be identifying the risk of hatchery fish to natural origin fish. And then we would be setting measurable goals to achieve and improve practices to meet those goals while protecting wild fish. So we would be setting some goal to achieve and eventually work our way into doing that, maintaining a viable sport, commercial, and tribal fishery. Expected how to expect to achieve that. Well, I thought one thing, by having a good research projects going on, if there were lawsuits and whatever, we could probably avoid lawsuits and hatchery closures by being able to verify that we were doing good research that would eventually minimize the risk. And so we shouldn't have hatchery shut down until we've had a chance to do that research and implement our findings. about the current mission and goals. You probably heard me talk about this. I don't really believe our mission statement now accurately reflects the intentions and goals of the founders, the fishermen, and the majority of the public. I mean, as it is now, it can be, I think our mission statement can be interpreted that we're here to just research fish forever without having a goal of restoring a viable sport, commercial, and tribal fishery and fish abundance, which I think was which I know was the intention of the founders. So if you're not satisfied, if I'm not satisfied, what's my recommendation? Well, we should reflect finding, say, a measurable scale between hatchery fish and wild fish, and set up what a RRS level that we expect to achieve and identifying that risk. But so it's very difficult for us to accomplish our goal here, I think, at OHRC, if we don't really have a goal. We don't know exactly where we are in RRS. We don't know exactly where we want to be. And so it's pretty hard for us to get someplace where when we don't really know where we are, where we have to get to. But our goal should ultimately be establishing a harvestable fish abundance while minimizing the risk to wild fish. But it should be done simultaneously. I mean, the hatchery should continue to operate, maintaining fish abundance while minimizing the risk. So that's what we're supposed to be doing. We are the Hatchery Research Center, supposed to be researching not just fish, but researching hatcheries and what we can do to improve the hatcheries and make them better. The last question here, excuse me. OHRC board has responsibility to provide, or to the responsibility to prioritize and direct research, but policy and implementations at the discretion of ODFW. How can we as a board influence ODFW's decision to implement research findings? Something we really haven't done. I mean, if we agree on research as a board, pass a motion that we think this research should be implemented, that's what we should do, is we find research that we think should improve hatcheries, and once we all agree, we should pass a motion that we recommend that the ODFW implement that. If the ODFW chooses not to, then that should definitely go in a legislative report and back to the legislatures. That would be the final thing. But hopefully, if we all agree to research and it makes good sense, it would be implemented. So that's my take on things. Quickly, did I make it in 5 minutes?
You did not, but I didn't want to cut off the chair there. But yeah, and I think it's important for us to each have a chance to speak rather than have questions or discussion. So let's just keep moving around the table. Okay.
Well, I don't know how familiar some of the people in the room are with what took place to bring this facility about. But that started in some years ago now, and let me say this: I was front and center on almost all of them. Get this thing all put together, and involved a lot of work with legislators. And it was a full court press to make sure I could get around to all of them, talk to them about what we wanted to do with respect to fishery research and wild as well as hatched fish. And after a while, legislators started thinking it was a pretty good idea too. And that's how it came about that. And then I was making trips up here, and this is after the facility was mothballed, and kept looking up here as to how the system worked. And I was fairly familiar with it. And so we proceeded to looking at things like innovating things, like the streamways just above us here, where we could actually physically see the fish 24 hours a day. Things like that. We overhauled the weir of that. Also, with building a facility that we had state-of-the-art science tools with us to work with. And then we came up with how are we going to pay for it? And who are we going to hire to help us facilitate this? And also include Oregon State University as a partner. So we accomplished all that. And I think it's worked relatively well over the years. Not to say we haven't had a little bump now. Not to say we're not going to have a few bumps in the future, but I think we have people who are dedicated to resources enough to be able to work through that. I've seen it happen many times since we started the whole facility idea, and I think we've been fairly successful. And we're here to stay. I would like to say that to get people thinking about what's the next generation going to be. What is it we need to change in what we're doing today to answer the questions of tomorrow? And that's going to be an ongoing case study, I think, for us to continue on. Any questions?
So sort of roundabout way, answering questions.
Yes.
This is out of form. Sorry if I'm speaking too much, but I just want to say that I interviewed for the job that I have about 23 years ago. And when I came from Northern California, and I came actually to look around and see what this, where I might get this job. And I came to this facility. There was nothing here, just those cement things. Everything else was gone. And I guess I just want to say that I observed everything that Lindsay has described. And I just want to attest that I think he and his colleagues took a very big rock up the hill. And as a result, we sit here today and we have the privilege of being able to think about what is the best research to do. And then we think what is the best research to do. And I just want to say, for me, it's been an incredibly positive experience. And I really thank you for the risk you took, because there are always consequences when you need to pay for things that there's no money for. You have to take money from somewhere else. And I sort of got under a little bit of, became aware of some of those sort of conversations and difficulties. And I was advised, Michael, you better be watching out that the rock doesn't roll down the hill and squash you. And so I just want to say, I really appreciate you saying also that we're here to stay, because I think this is a very constructive environment. And I thank you for taking the risk to place us here.
Well, there's a lot more people besides me in this whole game. And nothing could have happened unless we had the number of people aligned to what we wanted to accomplish on the front line working it. And that was a true success. And
I'm cutting you off.
that's okay.
But I appreciate
it.
Yeah, I'll just, I've been a board member for 3 months now, so I'll keep this short, but I'm Pete Grundyke and I represent fish habitat restoration interests, and I'm a fish biologist with River Design Group, which is a small engineering consulting firm in Corvallis that does mostly fish passage and habitat enhancement projects around the Northwest. And I've known about the OHRC since its inception. I've been fishing the LC for salmon and steelhead for 20 plus years, and I've always been really interested in the work that's been done here. I was encouraged to apply by a colleague of mine who's actually a neighbor of Dr. Bluen's, and so have some connection with that. I've always been really interested in the wild hatchery fish interaction work that's been done over the previous couple of decades. You know, I think in terms of how I represent my constituency is, you know, a lot of informal discussions and sharing of literature and publications, presentations, things like that. And I think for me and a lot of people that I work with and in the restoration practitioner circle, I think a lot of us believe that there's still opportunities to maximize wild fish and runs of wild fish that are sustainable, self-sustainable and harvestable. And so I think that's really a lot of my interest is guided around how do we figure out those policy decisions where we maximize self-sustaining wild fish runs that can be harvested and also use hatcheries as a tool where necessary. And I think in that regard, I think that the mission statement is well written and guiding those types of research projects that can happen here at the center. And I'll say I won't answer the question of do I believe that we're currently achieving that, because I'm, like I said, I'm pretty fresh to the board here and I'm interested to be involved in all these discussions and watch things as they happen. And so I'm happy to be here, and I'll leave it at that and pass it on to Seth.
Thanks, Peter. Everybody, I'm Seth Eisenberg. I was apprised of the existence of the OHRC by State Council of Trout Unlimited. I've been a board member to you in Portland initially, and then we moved to Bend 7 years ago. I became a board member with the local chapter there. Like Pete, I was newly minted in the spring of 2022 here 3 months ago. And I was approached by several individuals associated with TU at various levels that had encouraged me to apply for the role as wild fish advocate, one of the wild fish advocates on the board. And communication activities, those are mostly conducted episodic meetings, updates, memos, emails, especially with some of the scientific advisors that you know, in touch with through TU. In terms of what I hope to learn, accomplish, and contribute, you know, I think as I described in my interview process, Mark and others, you know, I classify myself as a pragmatist, and I think what I like to do is try to contribute to the board with my fairly deep scientific background in forestry, fisheries, and wildlife, as well as evolutionary ecology. And I think what I can try to do with that is really hopefully act, you know, along with our scientific staff as an advocate for wild fish, but also, you know, make sure that, you know, we're sort of being pragmatic again about the balancing act that we have to accomplish between what we provide in terms of hatchery fish and opportunities while, you know, preserving wild runs. I think one thing I was also thinking about driving over was really you know, we're living a circumstance where native salmonids or salmonids of all type, native or hatchery, are, you know, affected by the same issues around climate change. And I think those issues for both outmigration, ocean conditions, et cetera, are all, you know, directly aligned. So I think, to be honest, that's the greatest, you know, challenge that we're all going to be facing over the next 20 years now that the center has been established and we're looking out 20, trying to basically, you know, to ensure returns is going to be very difficult. It's going to become increasingly difficult with what we are facing from a climatic change perspective and the degree of variability, including like this very wet spring that, you know, appear to be associated with that. So I guess that's, you know, from a contribution perspective. You know, outcome for OHRC, you know, I think it's important that we provide hatchery fish to anglers who want to harvest them and ensure that hatchery fish propagation or release does not harm wild populations of salmon and steelhead. And then, you know, relative to the current mission, you know, as Pete alluded, I'm a pretty new guy as well. I'm still kind of feeling my way around. I think there's some certain nuance there that we may need to work on in terms of adjusting, whether that's based on our legislative mission or our charter and how to re-examine that. And I think it's always healthy for organizations to basically re-examine that. And to Scott's point, can't, you know, accomplish things if you don't have a North Star to guide you. So I think we should, you know, make sure that we feel like that North Star that's established is still an appropriate guidepost for us. And same thing, same caveat related to satisfied with the research accomplishments. I think I'm too new to be able to really evaluate that fairly. I think we're doing okay. I do think we can have a greater impact. I do think one of the other things is that establishing a tooling approach for us relative to how we essentially look at the research that we've sponsored and then make recommendations that are concrete, that the board, supports essentially, and that we pass on to ODFW, et cetera. I think that's going to be something that I would like to help with. I feel like that's the weak point for us at the moment, is kind of establishing that really clear linkage, and for us to basically distill that research down for managers in a way that they have what is the view of the OHRC board. And I don't think we've done that to date, as far as I can tell. I think we've done a good job on all the other mechanics and getting to the end state of a published peer-reviewed document with scientists who we're sponsoring. But I think in terms of the link to management, I think we're going to have to be more prescriptive about that. I would recommend kind of reevaluate that. And then the last thing is relative to other comments and suggestions. I think the one thing that I've seen, and I'm a technologist now, not a biologist anymore, but I think we're a little under leveraged relative to leveraging the technology that's available to us, and things like Google Drive, or equivalent, working with repositories, maybe Slack and other things. And then there's, fortunately, had a touch on using Qualtrics for user input, which I think you mentioned surveys. I think there's a lot of things we can look at from tooling in that area that would make our communications more efficient and effective amongst ourselves. So I definitely would like to be able to be part of that as we look at that as well. There's a lot of things we do kind of manually that I think we can automate, which would lighten the load on staff like Carrie, but also then make things more transparent and viable in terms of our communication approach. So that's it for me.
Thank you. Let's get Ted. He's next.
Ted?
There.
Yeah, good. Are you ready, Ted?
You.
Yep, there you go. You're still on mute, Ted.
Okay.
All right, we hear you now.
Yeah.
Okay. I represent the Nut Growers Association, the agricultural groups. I report back to those guys at George Packing and the other groups as to what we're doing, and there's a real interest of what's going on, and water use is a big item up here, and pollution. So we would love to see the Fish and Game get back there. Didn't we not at one point have somebody who was a specialist on pollution? Are you hearing me?
Yep, we can hear you just fine. Do you have a question?
That is a question. Did we hire someone again for water inspection and like that?
I'm not entirely sure of the question, but we do have a water quality person on staff that we just hired from DEQ. Prior to that, we were mostly focused on water quality.
Okay, because I think that's really important in the ag, because there's so much pollution up here. I've got LiDAR scans of different ponds and different areas putting pollutants in. We need to look at those kind of things, and it's so important the things that you do late that completely.
Yeah, and I think that's really DEQ's kind of area. We support them from the Fish and Wildlife perspective, but they're the regulator of contaminants.
The DEQ will not get involved. The DEQ sends you off to the fertilizer groups that work for the state level. The state level collects a check for most of these gross polluters. Some of these polluters pay up to $50,000 a year to keep polluting. You have to go to the fertilizer experts, and I have one of those coming out here in the next couple of weeks to actually inspect some streams and take a look at some pollution problems. Wells are being poisoned and rivers are being poisoned. We actually need to look at that a little bit more than just talk about it. So the DEQ kind of leaves us in the lurch. They don't really want to get involved.
Ted, did you
Okay.
want to address some of the other questions that Scott put on that form?
No,
Well, you got 5 minutes, Ted. Speak your piece.
I just did. My big gripe is basically pollution up here in the creeks and the river systems. I mean, we've got people that basically just go right through a levee with a big excavator, drop a well pump underneath the river and take the water right out. And they never apply for any water rights or anything else. We've got other places that dump their pollution during the rainy season out that goes directly into the Yamhill and these other river systems. We really need to start looking at some of those items. And it's all a lot of huge corporations. We've got the Chinese own so much land up here. They are everywhere. I can look right from where I'm sitting on my property and I can see probably 5,000 or 6,000 acres of land. They don't follow any water rights use. They just do what they want. And we really need to address that sometime in the future because all of this that we're doing is threatened by that.
So Ted, can I
Go ahead.
Can I give him some feedback? So Ted, I just want to make you aware, I know you are interested to come out to see our new innovation lab. I would love to show you that. But also at Hatfield, there's a group of researchers that work for EPA. And I think that they may be of interest in some of your concerns and have some skills that might be helpful to you. I'm thinking of a particular postdoc that we have there right now working for EPA, Environmental Protection Agency.
I would love to talk to them. I would love to talk to them because I run these fertilizer guys. I run these fertilizer guys through this place all the time. The last time I had the water samples pulled running into the Yamhill River, the levels of nitrates were just off the chart. And all they could say was, well, that's just too bad. As they got in their car and drove back to Roseburg.
Well, let me know when you're next out on the coast and we can arrange a meeting for you with the iLab and with EPA.
I would love to. Probably in this next month, I'll come out and see you.
Excellent.
All right, Ted, thanks so much. Anything else?
No, thanks. No, I'm fine.
All right.
We'll go to going on the board.
Let's see. So
Jack.
Jack, can we hear you now?
I think so. Can you?
Yes, we can.
Okay, appreciate it. Where I found out about the Hatchery Review Board was when the new board was formed, and I was asked to apply for that position. So that's when I first got on the board, was when it was first formed. And I did that because I'm a fishing guide and I'm a lifelong fisherman. And my interest is in both hatchery and wild fish. I'm the sport fishing representative. And I mean, I think what I bring to the table is, like, I've been guiding for 42 years all around the Northwest and in Alaska. And so I have a lot of on the water day-to-day experience. And some of the things that we're told about hatchery fish and their interactions with wild fish don't pencil out in the real world where I live. I'd like to see us kind of mimic more of the tribe's successes in the upper river, where they have a different idea about hatchery reform and hatcheries. They've been hugely successful reintroducing coho into the upper Columbia from stock that came from Big Creek in the lower Columbia, and eventually having great runs. And I'd also like for us, if we're going to use RRS for a fitness measure, I would like us to quantify what the relative reproductive success is at the population level, and also understand that, I mean, from everything I've done in the research I've done, RRS isn't a very good way to qualify fitness because there's too many variables to really nail it down. And if you can't nail it down, I don't know how you use it as a measure. So that's kind of things I'd like to see. And I know I feel kind of a responsibility because a huge amount of the funding for the facility comes from recreational anglers. And I sometimes feel like they're not getting their money's worth. I guess that would be my comments.
Anything else, Jack?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Travis?
Travis?
Hello, yeah, so as I said earlier, I'm Travis Mackey. I'm the fisheries biologist for the Cow Creek tribe, and I am on here as the tribal representative. Just kind of going down the questions here. I guess I first learned about OHRC when I was a technician working for ODFW doing spawning ground surveys, but I had my first real interaction with it shortly after I joined the tribe here. We held a acclimation workshop at the OHRC in 2017 as part of kind of help inform our winter steelhead acclimation program that we have down here with ODF&W. I became a board member actually a year ago. I think last June was my first meeting, and I was encouraged to apply to the board when the tribal representative position came open by my director and supervisor. As far as communicating with the constituents, the other tribes of Oregon, unfortunately, it's been kind of limited due to the kind of limitations of COVID the last few years, but hopefully that will change. But mostly my communication has been through workshops or emails and whatnot. So hopefully that'll change here in the future. As far as expectations and outcomes of the OHRC, again, I think it's important to identify what makes hatchery fish different from wild fish, and then conduct the research to see how we can close the gap.
Just cut out there, Travis. Hold on.
Frozen.
You're frozen.
There you go.
Oh,
Am I back?
okay. Give me back.
Okay.
Yep.
Maybe I'll turn off my video. Just might solve that problem. Yeah. So like I said, I think it's important to identify what makes a hatchery and a wild fish different, and conduct research to close that gap. As far as the current mission, I think that was something that we voted on in my first meeting, but I think it reflects what we need, what we're here to do in conducting the research and as Peter said, trying to get out there and maximize the wild fish runs and using hatcheries as a tool to supplement the recreational fisheries. And then I guess am I satisfied with the research? I think having only been a board member for a year, it's hard for me to answer that question, because I know these research projects can take a while. I don't think we're going to get results in 1 or 2 years. I mean, it takes generations of these fish to determine if what we're looking for is going to make a difference or not. So I think we're on the right track. I think there's some really good research projects that we're doing here, and that we've recently decided to fund, and I'm really curious to see how those play out and the results of those projects. So I think that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Takes us around to Tom.
Well, I'm Tom Alshire. I've been here on board about a year, so it's nice to have everybody in person instead of on Zoom. I'm one of the advocates for the wild fish, and I know a lot of people are critical of hatcheries in many ways, but I feel that hatcheries have their place, but for sure, but not at the expense of wild fish. And I think the center is an excellent place to examine that. I think we're trying to find out ways in which to better manage hatchery of wild fish, and I think that's a good thing. I'm looking forward to dealing with that over the next few years. So, in particular, I'm looking forward to the 1220. We have a presentation with Mark on some of the recommendations. I think that's a great idea. Seth mentioned that too. I think we have some of these presentations and projects, and I think we ought to try to recommend some of those. Looking forward to seeing it later today.
Anything else?
No, I only might want background in journalism, and author too.
Hey, thank you. Chuck?
I sat on this board and represent the ocean ports of Oregon. And that's hard to do. Scott, I represent Charleston, if you can believe that. But we just, at the Port of Alsea, which I live near it, last winter, we passed a bond measure. And that bond measure was for new docks and piling. And it was $2 million. And that just reflects, gives you some idea of how important the salmon runs are to a lot of people. If there's no salmon fishery, most all of those ports are going to operate in the red. So it's critical that that resource is available. Scott, you mentioned Oregon Hatchery Research Center mission. I've got the original one here. This is, I've been on this board ever since it was created, along with Scott. We're old timers. And there's talk about changing the mission statement. Well, I hope somebody would read through the original one before a lot of changes are made, because I think there are ideas in here that could easily be passed on and would be of value. For one thing, they could make it in larger print. Let me read just a little bit here. I like the beginning of this because this is something that I wrote up. And then it was put at the beginning of the mission statement. Realizing that healthy, wild, and hatchery fish runs are a vital part of each Oregonian's heritage. Mission of the Oregon Hatchery Research Center is to be an internationally recognized leader in fishery science, specializing in defining the mechanisms that may create differences between hatchery and wild salmon. So we're still talking about it. The same thing we're talking about now. Realizing that healthy wild and hatchery fish runs are a vital part of each Oregonian's heritage. Think about that a minute. What that's talking about is the future generations of fishermen. And to quote poet Robert Surface, when he said, "A promise made is a debt unpaid." That's what heritage is. That's a debt that is out there. If everyone in this room is part of that promise, and that promise is to be sure that the fishery is there, that future generations are going to have fish to fish for. And when you're talking about heritage, that's what you're talking about. Really some important things that you don't want to turn your back on. Anyway, I look forward when we get to the point, Scott, to where we are composing a new mission statement. In the years since I've been on this committee, there's a lot of things that need to be included in the mission statement. There's a lot of people that have different ideas that should be in here. That's part of it, whether you agree or not. That's about all I have, Scott.
That's pretty short for you. Thanks. Steve?
Okay, how I learned about the OHRC, as a former employee of ODW, I knew Lindsay's efforts to get it going, and although I wasn't involved at that point in my career, I was working on inland native fish at that time. I had extensive experience with coastal salmon, and so I was aware. I actually worked at Fall Creek when they were dealing with the surplus coho, and was part of that whole thing, so I know the whole history there. I became a board member in 2015. How did I apply? I was asked by some of the ODW staff if I was interested. They were looking for someone to represent independent science, and I had a background that they thought was useful. So I applied, and they couldn't find anyone better, so they got me. How do I communicate my activities? Pretty informally. I discuss with my colleagues, my former colleagues, now that I'm retired, kind of what's going on here. I'm eager to discuss what's going on at the center with anyone who's interested, but I don't have any formal networks that I deal with. What do I expect to learn and accomplish? The one thing I think is really valuable to me is a link to keep current on what's going on with science. I think some of the advances I've seen in some of the fields, like the work with the genomics and genetics, have been that has changed dramatically since my career, and I've been made aware of that through my working with the board. As far as my contribution, I think because we are a science center, I think that my focus is that we continually conduct rigorous and relevant science that is achievable. And that's my focus as far as what I try to emphasize in my contribution. What are my expectations for the center? I think our mission is on target, and I think we should adhere to the mission in our approach for current and future studies. As far as does our mission adequately address public interest? I think there's a diverse public out there. There's a lot of diversity, and there's a lot of diversity in expectations. However, I don't believe all expectations are necessarily realistic. And I think it's our role to kind of gauge what's achievable, what's realistic, and what is key to the conservation and to sustain the fishery resources for future generations. And along those lines, I think that our native fish populations are that key. They are the gene pools that provide our only link to what we may need down the road. And I do believe hatcheries have a role, and they're important. I harvest hatchery fish, and I ate 2 spring Chinook in the Columbia this year that were phenomenal. Because of what's happened with hydro and habitat in the Columbia, I wouldn't have had that opportunity if it wasn't hatcheries. So I appreciate hatchery fish. However, without conserving our wild populations, there's no guarantee to sustain that over the long haul, that resource over the long haul. Are you satisfied with the research accomplishments to date? As far as my estimate, this center's been active for 15 years. And realistically, I can't really point to anything that's really moved the needle dramatically as far as how we're dealing with hatcheries. However, I just want to kind of balance that with the fact that in the life history of the animals we deal with, these are tough long-term questions, and the answers don't come quickly. As far as the board's responsibility to prioritize direct research, it's our job to ask questions and to represent our constituents with those questions. However, those questions can be grounded in what's a valid and achievable scientific studies. And as a board, we're responsible for asking those questions, but we're also responsible for getting the right scientific advice to see what's achievable and what questions are actually really relevant.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. At least one guy can follow instructions. Next.
Yeah, I'm Lance Kruzik, fisheries biologist with the NOAA Fisheries or Fish and Marine Fisheries Service. So represent the federal government on the board and in a non-voting advisory capacity. So Craig Cusack is formerly in this position. He has retired. Was recruited by Bruce McIntosh to fill in his role here. So I guess my experience with Fall Creek and OHSR RC goes back a long ways. I remember hopping over the hill when I was in grad school or undergrad school from OSU and coming here and fishing Fall Creek back in the day when it was the Hatchery COVID program here. And then was involved with all of the litigation that went about with that particular program and Coho on the coast, House River Valley Alliance versus National Marine Fisheries Service, which led to a lot of management changes on how we treat hatchery fish under the Endangered Species Act. So a lot of memories and history here. As far as what my perspective and what I see, I think the OHSRC has a very unique, it's positioned very uniquely in that it has funding, the facility's up and running. There's a lot of opportunity to research questions that maybe other agencies would not address, especially the intersection between hatchery management and fisheries management, given the interests that you all represent. And that's a great opportunity to kind of look at things that are important to Oregon anglers, to wild fish management in Oregon, but wouldn't otherwise be researched. Think of the imprinting study, the biter study. Those are things that are very practical to Oregon anglers and help inform hatchery management. So that's very important, I believe, in Oregon. And in terms of kind of value added, or how we can help. I think my perspective is I work with Oregon Fish and Wildlife on a weekly basis. We have a great relationship. We're working on a variety of hatchery, fishery management issues all throughout Oregon. And I think one thing that this group can do is there's not a lot of positive messaging on hatchery management throughout the whole region, really. And so it's important to kind of look at the mechanisms, the differences of hatchery and wild fish, but it's also important to look at the similarities. There's a lot of successful things that have come about from research here that has demonstrated how the hatchery tool is working in Oregon for conservation, for fisheries, for reintroduction, for safety net, gene banking, a lot of different things. And so there's some positive messaging, I think, that would go a long ways, and this group is uniquely situated to be able to do that. That incorporates recent research on genetics and all of those things. So hope to be kind of practical on that side to share what I have worked on and seen on the hatchery management side, that maybe something that would be value added to work that you all do.
Okay, thank you. Carl, next.
Spring off. I'm Carl Schreck, and I was the Oregon Cooperative Fish and Wildlife Research Unit leader so about 4 years ago when I retired. And the unit is a partnership between USGS, basically it's a federal research outfit, OSU, and ODF&W. And I'm still wearing my professorial hat at the Salinas Department. My background really is environmental physiology, but my research has run the gamut from conservation to fish management to hatchery production. In fact, I did some of the original research here. We're trying to figure out when a hatchery should release its fish and what size it should be released. That's still a question that's pretty largely unanswered, unfortunately. I also wound up chairing a state board, independent multidisciplinary science team, and agencies would ask us for opinions on things. So Lindsay approached us and asked us about reviewing the concept of the OHRC. And so that's how I found out about the center. And so we actually have a report that we wrote about not the location, but the concept. And then a little later on, Lindsay approached us and asked if they were going to build a facility, which would the facility be like? So we held a workshop that I wound up chairing, actually. And we came up with ideas like you need artificial streams, you need a dry lab, you need quarantine, and so forth. So I kind of know the facility from the ground up. As far as the mission of the OHRC, I agree with Scott. I think we have an obligation to both the consumptive angling community as well as the conservation side of things. And so I think we can quibble over exactly how the mission is worded, but I think we kind of all agree that hatchery fish are important, wild fish are important. And as far as the research goes, the unit that I wound up leading, when I first got here, was actually doing research at the request of ODF&W about what is the possible effect of hatchery fish response to wild fish. So the unit actually came up with the very first research on that to show that there was a genetic effect where hatchery fish could maybe negatively affect the reproductive fitness of wild fish. And then sort of through my career, I've sort of stayed in that area. We've also looked at the ecological effects of hatchery fish on wild fish. In fact, one of us here has worked on the effect of hatchery coho being stocked on top of cutthroat trout in the wild. That's Steve. That was many years ago. So at any rate, you'll hear more about the kind of research I do when I talk about the surrogate study. But in terms of meeting the mission, it's depending on what aspect of the mission we're talking about. I think the OHRC has done an incredible job regarding outreach. Chuck has not mentioning his interest in that, but I think that the OHRC, with David's leadership and having got a big NSF grant, maybe folks don't know that David actually got a big NSF grant to work with local school systems and involving outreach from here at the center. So that's been a really big accomplishment. Then I think you also have to recognize that research here really falls in two categories. One category involves pre-research projects that the state is supporting, but then you also have a lot of research that is on, like the surrogates that we'll talk about, that is being funded by extramural sources. And I think one of the biggest successes that that's had actually was David's research on showing that magnetism is really, really important for the ocean aspect of homing. But then what might happen in the hatchery as it might affect magnetism. That's sort of the private part of it. So I think that was a major contribution. That's, in separate categories and three state projects. I agree with Steve in terms of the difficulty in working with animals that have a long life cycle. So we shouldn't have expectations of real quick turnaround on that. But I think we're sort of right at a tipping point here where we'll know very soon, within a few years, if these projects are a good idea or not. People have fish that are released, we're waiting for those to come back, and that sort of thing. So we'll know pretty soon if we're meeting the mission or not, if we have to look in a different direction. But if we knew the answer before we started, we wouldn't need science. So there's nothing wrong with failure. The nice thing about the OHRC is we can try to meet the mission. That's what I think we have to do.
Okay, thanks, Carl.
I represent the Oregon Salmon Commission, and it's a commodity commission through the state. It's really the voice of commercial fishermen off the Oregon coast. They're so independent that there's really no other organization that can corral them and help manage some of the seasons, help the fishermen navigate what needs to be done in the industry now. And it's a little bit of a sad story, Oregon commercial fishermen. I think they're vitally important to the state, to the economy, and to my livelihood also. I've been in the retail fish business for 45 years. I could tell you everything about what different salmon taste like, what the consumer expects, what their perception of salmon is, how to market it. I can't tell you a thing about how to run a hatchery. But I do have a lot of insight in how important salmon is to our state. And much like Chuck said, the heritage we have and going back to the natives and the tribes, it's in our DNA. It is who, as Oregonians, we are. It's a very important, I think, species. And I guess if there's afterlife and I would like to be something else, I want to be a salmon. I mean, it's just a fascinating animal. But in the past year, the commercial fishing fleet, which is capped at 1,000 permits, 187 fishermen fished it. So we've got a dwindling group that needs a larger voice. Abundance is very important. And certainly through the years, hatcheries would hopefully be that light of abundance in the ocean. Even though Oregon hatcheries contribute a small amount to the actual catch, most of them come up from California, the Sacramento. And what, a lot of years, 80% of the fish caught off the Oregon coast commercially is from California. So I'm hoping what we learn here at the Hatchery Center not only contributes to the state, but to the whole Northwest, because we're just not isolated in the state itself. So our research is very important to the success and runs of the whole Northwest fishery. I just happened to, there was an article in the paper which relates to us. It was called well, it was a fish flop. Is what the article, it was done by the Oregon Public Broadcasting and ProPublic. And it's a damning view of the 150 years of what hatcheries have been able to accomplish in Oregon. Most of it was about the federal program, tribal programs. Things that if hatcheries been able to help abundance of runs, I think without having any background in it, no, they have not. I mean, some of the hatcheries, we put out 2.5 times more smolts in the Columbia River than the native runs would have ever. And we have well below 4% return out of most of those hatcheries. I don't know if those statistics work, Scott, but anyway,
We would be quite happy with 4%.
exactly. I mean, that's the goal. I mean, it can be 0.5%.
I actually think we'd be happy with it.
Yeah, and so, I mean, it is hopefully what we learn at the hatchery center will make those numbers better in the abundance with these runs. And once again, native runs are just as important as the hatchery runs. I mean, that's the environment. So it, as the research that we've done, I'm excited to learn about it. It certainly seems to be on the right path of recommending to the hatcheries ideas to turn around the failures that we've had in the 150 years. And once again, it's going to take time. And, as we see, as you start to, generations of 2 to 4 years return and genetics and how things, DNA and all these different things in the fish, it's going to take 10, 20 years. And we can't expect something that would, funded to be able to see results within a year or two. And so it is, I think, a surprising thing that, we're up against. But yeah, I mean, I think the mission is great, so.
I read that article at PBR, but it mentioned a lot of problems with the hatcheries over the past 150 years. It didn't, it said that there's a big need for improvement, which is, I guess, what we're all about here too. It wasn't advocating getting rid of those hatcheries, it's fixing them, making them better.
And using
Minimizing
science
risk.
in
A
the
lot of things have been
hatcheries.
done wrong in the past, in a lot of industries.
If you'd like to know what life over salmon is like, I'd really recommend a book called Return to the River. I don't know if you folks have heard about it. It's written in 1941. And it's some of the most beautiful prose I know. You agree with that. The writing is spectacular. And it basically takes a salmon egg from the Columbia, king salmon, and then follows this hen through her whole life cycle, along with the others in the run. And it's a really, really spectacularly written book about the life of the salmon and then the challenges it faces. They're worth reading.
You have
Return to the
actually,
River, Roderick A. Brown. He's a very well known, was a very well known fishing guide and wrote a bunch of fishing books. That's
I was a magistrate judge in DC at one point.
so we have one more board member, Representative ODFW, Sean. Didn't mean to pass you over.
That's fine, yeah.
But I figured you could summarize your stuff.
Yeah, there's been a lot of great perspectives here. I've appreciated hearing kind of your interest and where do you think we are on the pathway? From ODFW's perspective, I think we're in a bit of a time of transition. Seth talks a bit about climate change and the impact that's having. I know there's a lot of debate around climate change itself, but I don't think anyone here will be surprised at some of the impacts we're seeing to our fish runs. You look at the Coquille, that run has absolutely collapsed at full Chinook, largely because of smallmouth bass, which the range is expanding because the temperatures are increasing down there. You look at some of the things that are going with full Chinook runs this year, where we're having to close fisheries on the coast. Again, those are because of what's happened in the ocean over the last few years. We've had the marine heat waves starting in 2013. We've had continued poor ocean conditions. We're on the tail end of that, and that's resulted in some of these declines in full Chinook. We've also had the summer steelhead that last year just collapsed entirely from Cape Blanco north into BC. Again, because of ocean conditions that have been changing since about the 1980s. And all of that is kind of coming home to roost now. And so for our wild runs, we're in this transition period where we're having to more actively manage fisheries during these low periods to get them through. We're having to actively manage the hatchery component, and it's impacting both the hatchery and wild component. And then we're also in our hatcheries in this transition phase where they're getting impacted by the same conditions. They have to migrate through the same kind of corridor in the lower rivers that are warming up. They've got predators in there like smallmouth bass, striped bass, and then they have to go into the same ocean. And the ocean's not, density independent. You can only feed so many mouths out there. That's why we see these big cycles. So hatcheries are being impacted not just from the fish, but also the infrastructure itself. We've got lower flows in some systems, higher temperatures, and that's causing disease problems as well as, in some cases, just getting too hot for these fish. So we're looking at assessing kind of the climate vulnerability of a hatchery system to see what the infrastructure needs might be, but also what kind of stocks we might be able to raise in these systems going forward. And I think there's just a ton of opportunity for the center to help inform how we can have more climate resilient hatcheries and stocks in terms of both infrastructure, ways to rear fish when it gets hot, densities, ways to release fish to avoid some of these bottlenecks, and improve just the survival of the hatchery product itself. And that's separate from the question about the impact of those stocks on wild fish, which is another really big area that we're interested in. It's one that several of you indicated you have to be in that for the long haul. And I worry that the collective patience isn't there to see that out. We could be looking at 20, 30 plus more years before we figure that out. So we have to find a way to manage both understanding that they're different right now, and I think the Elk River study is a great way of doing that. And then continue on the pathway of figuring out, can they coexist? And I think there's also gaps in the outreach component. I think, Carl, you brought up the NSF grant for education. I think that was a great start we need to build on. In the agency, we're no stranger to the polarized views around hatcheries. All we hear about is they're either silver bullet or they're evil. And I think neither of those is necessarily true. And I think the center can do a lot of the work around outreach to say, here's where they have use, here's some of the issues with them, and here's how management can overcome some of those issues. So I think there's a whole lot of space here. I think the mission statement is pretty broad. You can find a niche in there, whatever your views are. And I think there's a lot of opportunity, and at ODFW, we can help you understand what our needs are for information that can inform policy, which is, again, policy is informed by science, but it's also informed by public opinions and views, and a whole lot goes into that. So I'm going to leave it there, Scott.
Okay, thank you. We're doing.
Can I ask a question?
Just a minute. We're doing pretty good keeping on time. I just want to summarize a few things and make a few comments, and then we'll have time for discussion. I just want to clarify my concern with the mission statement for one thing. Right back in the beginning, Lindsay, Chuck, Jack, and I'm not sure who else we wrote that mission statement, and we all believed in it and thought we did a good job of putting it together. But our underlying goal, we didn't really have to write it in there, was that the whole purpose was to provide harvestable fish abundance for people. We didn't think we needed to write that. That was the situation we were all facing, and we thought that was part of it. And so we wrote the mission statement. I was part of it, and we thought it was great at the time. I don't think the problem with it now is if the public reads it, they don't really, and they are reading it. They go online, they look at it, and it doesn't really reflect anything about, state anything about the goal being harvestable fish abundance. And that's, they're footing the bill for people doing it. So part of it, like is in the outreach, is clarifying that. So if the public comes on and reads it, or fishermen read the mission statement, it's clear to them what our goal is, and we're really working in their behalf. And I don't think it says that. Now, a couple of people mentioned that, Lance, too, about that, there's a lot of people question about hatcheries, and there's pros and cons about hatcheries, and it should be clear in that mission statement that we are supporting hatcheries and hatchery fish abundance. But again, I think it was Lindsay, Cam, and Chuck and I testified for House Bill 3012. That was the bill that funded, they got the $12 to $15 million funding for the 3 key research projects we had. We went before the House Natural Resources Committee, and we all stated the importance of these 3 projects. And so 100% behind them. I was excited at that time about OHRC, very supportive, and I still am. But concern is we're in the public's eye, they're not seeing a lot of presentable or deliverable outreach things coming from us. They don't have evidence of things that have come out of this research center that have been implemented, that have actually improved hatcheries. I'm sure a lot has been done, but we need to hand that out to them, show them so they can see this. We might hopefully, Mark is going to give us some information here at noon. One thing I learned about this is can't expect you guys to follow my instructions. So that's good. That's good. At least I know where we're all coming from. But I think there is common ground among us. Hatcheries are not a necessary evil. They're an important tool. We just need to improve them. I mean, we're not going to have a viable fishery sport commercial or tribal in this state without hatcheries. And we have more people, we have more people and lesser habitat. I mean, the habitat in overwinter habitat, the tide gates and dikes and cities and fill is not going to go away, or the dams, but we're going to have more people that want fish, and the only way we're going to have them is with hatcheries. And we need the wild brood stock coming into the hatcheries to keep our fish better and healthier and better fitness. So the Hatchery Research Center, I think what we can do here is just vital and important. But we really need to work on the outreach by providing some deliverables, and I think we need to do some more. These 3, I mean, I know when we got the funding for these 3 key projects, it's 12 to 15 years. That's what we needed the funding for, because you need to go through 3 life cycles of salmon to actually get good solid results. But in the meantime, there's a lot of shorter term projects I think we could be doing that are deliverables that we can hand back to people. Things like, just for an example, the feeding fish instead of on the top, blow the feed in from underneath, and instead of having idle tanks, you have currents in them swimming around, all these little things that can be done that we've already heard about and learned about that can make fish healthier. But we need to let people know that, get those projects out there and in front of the public. So that's kind of my take. Carl? Go ahead.
Yeah, building on that, Scott, there's more people that are going to want fish, but I think there's even more people that are going to want water. And so I was wondering, Sean, to me, changing human demographics is as important as climate change. And so it's going to be a knack of finding how to keep enough water in the streams for the fish at the same time that agriculture needs water and so forth. I don't know if hatchery is much of a water user or not. If that's something that needs to be worried about. You know, a lot runs through, but a lot, runs out the other end too.
Yeah, I think we've looked at the water rights situation at all of our hatcheries. I think in general, they're high enough up in the system that they're the senior water right holder, and there's not a lot of extractive use above them. So it's going to be changes in natural flow that are an issue. There's a couple like Bandon that are lower down that have extractive water use above them that we're starting to see some problems like this year. Bandon was running out of water because of the cranberry growers upstream, and that changes natural flow earlier on. But it's more going to be the changes in natural flow and then the increasing temperatures, and that may lead to needs for things like recirculating, chilling, which come with their own challenges as well. So yeah, it is a concern for sure, but I think we're more concerned about the impacts of those extractions on wild fish than hatchery fish.
Other comments?
So if I could, so my research has not been on salmon. It's been on much longer lived species like sea turtles and sturgeon and rockfish and other things. And one of the things that we find when we evaluate management and conservation strategies is that sometimes there are strategies that don't work because there are other things happening in the system. And so you can pour as many baby sea turtles out in the wild as you can possibly grow, and you will still have a declining population. And that's because of the impacts of the bycatch that were happening with the turtles in the Gulf of Mexico. So one of the things that I think is really important to keep in mind with the climate change issues that we're talking about and so on, is that you've got to have all of these things happening at once. You've got to have habitat improvements, you got to have hydro improvements and so on, and not just expect hatcheries to solve the problem for you. And you can show that again and again in population dynamics models and then in practice. And that's what I think is talked about in that article. So that's part of the, kind of thinking about the whole system and not expecting a silver bullet, right? Because it's not going to solve things just to put more hatchery fish in the system. You got to think about doing that strategically, I guess. And one of the great things about the center here is that we can do that. We can find ways to improve survival rates of hatchery fish at the same time that we're looking at ways to reduce their any negative impacts or interactions, I should say, with wild fish. So it's really exciting work, and I'm hoping that there's some opportunity for some additional evaluations that might look forward at some climate change scenarios that might help us out with some of the strategies that we look at in the science.
Something else I wanted to mention, Seth sent me an article. I want to know if you should send it out to the board, but that was a PBR article. But I think any of you find articles or research papers and things that you'd like to share with the board, don't necessarily have to run it through me or anybody, just send it out. I mean, the more information we get on all sides of the issues, the better. So just feel free to fire it out to the board members. Don't hold back on that. The more we learn, the better.
Well, I got one here that you might be interested in. OTF and W should be interested in it. Last Saturday, I was down in Newport on the docks, and a fish checker come by. Little short thing, looked like a sixth grader. But anyway.
Careful, probably from my department.
But anyway, she had her bag that was stuffed full of these little brochures. She gave me one. And this is 2022 Oregon Sport Ocean Regulations for salmon, halibut, and other marine species. All right, very good. This information supersedes information listed in the 2022 Oregon Sport Fishing Regulation pamphlets. So this whole thing is replacing the synopsis.
It's an update based on the ocean management process that occurred in this plan.
Well, it looks to me like replacing the regulation pamphlet.
No, so the ocean salmon season, as far as like for coho,
Uh-huh.
that's not in the pamphlet because that information is not available in the pamphlets published.
Well, we shouldn't have published this. It's confusing. Anyway, another thing, I've really enjoyed over the last few years before COVID, when we were meeting, gained a lot of information from Kathleen O'Malley, the geneticist. I would like to see her, in most of our meetings, if that's possible.
Who is she?
Pardon?
Who is that person you mentioned?
Kathleen O'Malley, she's an OEF&W geneticist.
She's the state fish geneticist.
Yeah, I believe she's here online. She
Uh,
said she was going to be here online.
I don't see her yet.
Yeah, she's taking samples in Salem.
Okay.
She has a similar position to the OHRC director. It's shared between OSU and OHRC.
Since we still got a few minutes and just being candid, throwing things out, I'll throw out another concern of mine that I'm concerned about the value of our research. I mean, OHRC since the beginning has probably spent $30 million of taxpayers' money by the time it was built and funded annually, and plus what we got from House Bill 3012 to fund the research. And irregardless of what wonderful research we might come up with, and we might recommend, the final say is the Fish and Wildlife Commission, which happens to be nowadays a bunch of political appointees that tend to ignore science and research and throw it out for their political views. Case in point is the Rock Creek Hatchery, where they just decided to shut that down despite all the science saying it wasn't having a negative effect. So that's a concern, since policy ends up with them. Might comment on that, Sean.
Yeah, like I said, policy is informed by science, but it doesn't universally reflect science. There's a whole lot of other considerations that go into setting policy. So our commissioners hear from constituents about what they're looking for in management in the state, and they take that into consideration as well as our recommendations.
Seems like fish and wildlife policy ought to have, ought to certainly consider science, and ought to have the commission ought to have a background in science or a particular interest in the field that they represent, or in the fish and wildlife to some extent. And some of those appointees they don't have any knowledge at all, won't be interactive with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that can be debated for sure, but acceptable risk is a policy decision, not a science decision. Science can say, here's the consequences of this, that, or the other, but then people have to decide what is acceptable to them in terms of risk. And the commission's tolerance for risk can ebbs and flows depending on who's on there. So,
Yeah. Bit of a problem with that though is fish and wildlife pretty much funded by fishermen and hunters,
yeah,
not city folks.
I mean, that is true to a large extent. License sales are a component of our overall budget. But you're also seeing this national shift in people's views on the way we interact with wildlife. And that's reflected in our commission and reflected in some of the things that are coming up through both federal and state government. So you're seeing some of that in some of the decisions. And I think it's a trend that's probably going to continue.
Yeah. The support of the fishermen and hunters are pretty critical to the agency.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think, the conservation model that the US has had has been founded on the backs of hunters and anglers. There's moves afoot, obviously, with like Recovering America's Wildlife Act to broaden that base. But keeping people engaged in the resources is critical to some of the progress we've made in the last 30, 40 years on the backs of those hunters and anglers. So I think we need to do both, broaden the base and keep people engaged.
Yeah. A lot of frustration out there though.
Well, yeah, I mean, you guys talked about a lot of population change in Oregon as well. And I think, to piggyback on Sean's comments a little bit, I think one of the things that's interesting is that most of us here probably grew up in, environments where we were fishing and or hunting. And, if you look at the percentage they're actually participating, it's, continuing to decline. And I think some of that can be mitigated by opportunity that we present, but culturally there's a pretty big shift in that. I think even look at the way Pittman-Robertson was set up as legislation, essentially funding off of ammunition and other sales, essentially. And I think everybody is having to revisit the linkage there between the funding mechanisms for conservation and what pragmatically is happening relative to demographic shifts, essentially, where we see lower percentage of people participating in hunting and fishing. And so, I mean, I think we have to kind of look at that too from the OHRC. I don't think we have to cater to that or, kowtow to it, but I think we're going to have to operate in that, the same way that we're looking at a 20 or 30 year significant shift related to climate change, et cetera. We're going to see pretty big demographic shifts. And I don't think we're going to see a big reversal of the percentage of people that are hunting and fishing, unfortunately.
I think it'd be a good idea to get somebody else help fund it too. I mean, fishermen, we asked the fishermen to kick up $12 to $15 million to support these 3 projects. If somebody's got a different bias, let them kick in some money.
Sure. No, I mean, it's a reasonable approach. I mean, I think that, and I think we have to figure out how do we kind of convey that to the legislature on the sort of longer term view, because that, that's certainly the case. There are lots of people in Oregon that have, aren't members of TU, nor are they members on the, salmon and steelhead kind of side of the equation, but they have a strong bias and view about management of the resources. So I think we have to work within that. It's a pretty different mind view, because not most of us at the table, probably have a different view, whether it's through, taking advantage of hatchery fish or wild fish, et cetera. But we're kind of involved with the resource more than some of these folks who are interested in it, but they probably outnumber us very significantly relative to, per capita.
Let's take a 10-minute break before we put Carl on.
Can I just get everybody to sign in here with the sign-in sheet? And restrooms are around the corner.
Yeah.
I think we're very poorly. It's a long term. Let's have a moment.
That's fantastic.
access.
We struggled around years ago. Didn't know what to do with one string to the other. Rise.
I mean, it's
Flies here and there.
as much as we,
Which is only one flush out. So I don't know.
as much as support we have.
I'm selfish. I'll pay my share. That's okay. It's hard to look at. Blinded by the light. Yeah.
Yeah, do you want us to change anything, Carl?
Sorry,
Want the lights different?
you guys tell me, lights a little bit different maybe?
Yeah. Probably that would help.
I'm pleased to be able to chat with you about a research project that David Noakes and I had. It's actually going on to its 14th year now. So it's been ongoing for quite a while. And it's called the Surrogate Wild Chinook and Steelhead Project. That title wasn't coined by us, but by our funding agency, the Corps of Engineers. And it's really surrogate wild, not surrogate Chinook or steelhead. But money basically passes from the Corps through the research unit that I mentioned, the USGS. That was me. When I retired, then Jim Peterson took over my role as principal investigator for the federal side of things. And then money passed to OSU, and David Noakes was the principal investigator for OSU. And then with David's passing, Jim Peterson now is the principal investigator on the OSU side of things. And then Cam Sharp used to be in Corvallis with ODF&W. When he moved to the coast, then Ryan Couture, who used to be the manager here, replaced Cam. So basically, there were three parties as the main principal investigators, and ODF&W, OSU, and USGS sort of joined at the hips in this. The issue really was dams, and we're dealing here with the Willamette River. The Willamette River has lots of high head dams, and they impair upstream passage and also downstream passage. Most of the dams don't have fish passage in either direction. And so basically, because of blocked access to historical spawning areas, recovery measures are requiring the state and also federal agencies to plant salmon above the dams. So basically what you see here is a fish ladder not going over the dam, but a fish ladder going into a trap at Foster Dam. Then they get fish, the adults get trucked around these obstructions. But what goes up must come down. So the Corps of Engineers has to figure out, since it's their dams, how to get fish safely through the reservoirs and either through or around the dams. And so they're considering what kind of bypasses to build and that sort of thing. So they're required to do that because these are listed salmon under the ESA, and they have to figure out how to improve the survival of the fish through the dams. And we also know that domestication selection can happen. I don't know if you can read that top one. I'm cold and hungry. I see humans around the bonfire. Maybe I can ask for food. What could possibly go wrong? 30,000 years later. Well, we know that domestication selection can happen very fast. Michael Banks and Mike Lewin have shown that it can be one generation you have domestication selection in fishes. Because of that, we know that hatchery origin fish and natural origin fish are different. Doesn't mean one's better or worse than the other, just they're different. And they're different in a variety of different characteristics. Now, I'm not going to tell you which one of these three is me. You can judge for yourself. But basically, there are three parts to this project, like I mentioned. ODF&W basically told the Corps of Engineers, yes, you have to study getting fish through the reservoirs and dams. But because there are ESA listings, you can't use wild fish for that. And hatchery fish are different, therefore you have to do something about it, like fund somebody who can produce wildlife fish but in an artificial culture environment. So basically, the Corps of Engineers provides all the money for this project. Provides the money for the research. It also provides the money for example, the tanks that are here. The tanks were purchased and also installed using Corps money that went to OSU. And OSU then gives the money to OKW. And also annually, we would check with the manager here, like Jan, and ask, what's the project going to cost this year? She tells us, then OSU transfers that money to ODF&W. And so basically, the actual hands-on work is done by this partnership with USGS and Selena's department. So the Wild Fish Surrogate Project basically is there to produce juvenile salmonids in an artificial environment that look and act more wild-like. We do that with steelhead and we do that with Chinook. The steelhead are grown here at the OHRC. Chinook are grown in the Fish Performance and Genetics Lab, which I'll show you in a second. That's an OSU facility. It's right across the river from Corvallis, from the city of Corvallis. Chinook project has been going on longer than the Steelhead project, and it also happens in much larger numbers because of availability of eggs and so forth. And I'll explain this in a minute. There are a few people I'd like you to meet. Rob Chitwood was our facility manager actually for 26 years, and he retired the same day I did. And he was sort of the brains of our side of the equation in terms of how can we grow a fish artificially that has more wildlife characteristics. And Ryan Couture did that here as the ODF&W member of the team. And when he retired, he was replaced by Olivia Hackinson, shown here. So she's now the manager of that facility. And she's been with us 15 years. So we have folks that really know their system well. On the left is Karen Coliati. She's senior author of the paper that I circulated to you guys. The reason I showed her was she was hired away from us about a year and a half ago by Fisheries and Oceans Canada, but she's the brains behind a lot of the behavioral studies that I'll talk about. Crystal Heron in the middle is our dry lab manager. And then Michelle Scanlon is our assistant project leader. And she's doing the heavy lifting here, stocking fish in Mackenzie's part of the project. But she also does the heavy lifting and a lot of the administration. And one of the big things that we need to worry about is the animal care and use requirements, federal government and the university. And our facility actually, there's a lot of accommodating requests by ODF&W to do other kinds of projects. They're related to the surrogate study, but they come from the districts. For example, last month, Springfield District did projects out of this facility where they're looking at how you can oxygenate systems that are going to stock trout into high mountain lakes. So all of those people that are on those projects have to be part of our animal care protocol. And so the paperwork is immense. There's actually more ODF&W people on our protocol who are not affiliated with the surrogate study than there are surrogate study people. A lot of paperwork involved. The Fish Performance and Genetics Lab has been there now, gosh, close to 45 years. And it's basically a soft money facility. In other words, I had to find the money, and I'm still finding the money to keep the facility going. So there's no hard money behind this. We have a dry lab facility and an office. And an office space with an indoor rearing facility and an outdoor rearing facility. And fortunately out there, everything we have is backed up, double pumps, double oxygenation towers, double chillers, and we have an automatic generator that kicks on if the power goes out. So one of the reasons the Corps of Engineers came to me and said, Carl, could you do this for us? Because I had done previous research for them at this particular facility. So we have a lot of replica tanks inside. We have the ability to raise fish like you would in a hatchery from eggs. And we have an outdoor rearing area. Also, we have a lot of space inside where our cooperators can come and mark fish. So when they do these studies about how you get a fish through a dam or a reservoir, they use radio tags or they use acoustic tags. And what happens is, for example, the steelhead that are grown here are brought to the FPGL, then the researchers will come and either take our Chinook or the steelhead and implant the tags. And the main users of these are the USGS, ODF&W, and the Pacific Northwest National Labs, which is a giant consultant. So they're the people active in the Willamette Basin trying to figure out how you get fish safely past the obstructions. So we have the space to accommodate these groups. Sometimes there's several teams there at the same time. And we also have space outdoors to do stuff. And fortunately for us, right next door, we share a parking lot with the Aquatic Animal Health Lab. It used to be called the Salmon Disease Lab. main focus here was trying to produce vaccines for salmon. The other reason the Corps came to me is they knew that we had a long history working with hatchery wild sort of questions. I just give you a couple examples real quickly. Back in the Pleistocene, we discovered that there are different genes that confer different transferrin proteins. Transferrin proteins carry iron around in the blood. And if you inject fish with bacterial kidney disease, you can see that the survivorship of the different genotypes is very different. And so we thought, okay, that's kind of cool. This is a lab study. Bacterial kidney disease is one of the major problems hatcheries had at the time. And hatchery programs have done a really good job solving that now. But back then, a lot of fish were dying in hatcheries. Then they were also dying when they get to the ocean because they can't regulate salt. So we thought, gosh, we could do a selection study. So this is a very similar approach to what Michael is doing, where we basically bred at Big Creek Hatchery the different genotypes of transfer, released those fish to the ocean after they were marked. And we were surprised that the survivorship was the same. We would bet that are 3 times better off resisting the disease, which is important. Come back there. So this told us that if you're going to do selection studies, you really have to base this on probably a whole bunch of genes, and that the environment is also very, very important in that. And we've also done studies looking at rearing strategies, like changing densities. This was done at Willard. These are raceway size studies, 30,000 fish per raceway. Raised fish at hatchery production densities, 2/3 that density, and 1/3 that density. And then we injected them with the causative agent of vibriosis. And Vibrio basically is another major zoonotic pathogen that fish basically encounter when they hit the estuary. And what you can see is that fish below density had much, much better resistance than the other fish. And then when those fish were released to the ocean, there was a relationship, or an inverse relationship between low density, higher survival. It wasn't as much as we expected, but you can't really do stuff in the hatchery to improve survivorship of fish after they're released. So with kind of that backdrop, we get into the surrogate study. And somebody introduced me once when I was giving a talk like this. Dr. Frankenstein kind of trying to reverse engineer the things we did, bring them back alive. What we were doing is taking a fish that had been wild, brought into the hatchery, has become potentially more domesticated, but now we're trying to prevent it from being domesticated, so we put it back out into the wild. Yeah. So the ability to rear and deliver wild fish surrogates to researchers who need them is based on, first of all, establishing and refining the needs, what the researchers need. I'll tell you that in a minute. Developing rearing protocols that produce mobile wildlife fish, evaluating the quality and phenotypic accuracy of these surrogates, and then describing the phenotypes of naturally and hatchery reared fish to establish these target phenotypes. We have to know it's wild if we're going to produce something that's like wild. And then we have to figure out how we can produce these target phenotypes. So to me, these last 2 objectives are clearly within the mission of the OHRC to figure out the differences and what the mechanisms are. And it's really not like ordering something from Amazon. If somebody wants fish from us, we can't deliver the next day. It usually takes more than about 2 years or something like that. There's more like ordering a Lamborghini. You have to start with eggs. And so dealing with 3-year-old steelhead smolt, it's 2 years before they can have that product. That's because, the life cycle seems relatively simple, but it's really not. Cook Schroeder gave a talk to this group a couple of years ago where he described the juvenile life history patterns of Chinook salmon in the Willamette Basin. And so we start at spawning tributaries upstream. This is moving down the river towards the ocean. Then you have these different types of migrants, small, succulent, summer migrants, and so forth. And each one of these lines represents a different way of getting to the ocean. There's about 20 different ways in the Willamette that we think salmon are moving towards the ocean. Unfortunately for us, these are the 2 types of migrants that the researchers are interested in. But you can see with all these lines and cross lines, so there's lots of ways that they can be these 2 different types of smolts. So we have to figure out what genetic stock are needed. We can't put different stocks in the basins that they didn't come from. What size fish are needed because they're trying to emulate wild fish of particular sizes. And then when do they need them? And again, they're trying to emulate when the wild fish are there. And just for example, I made up situation, for example, somebody might want a Mackenzie Chinook on October 1, again, November 1, again, December 1. They want them all to be 12 centimeters. Now means we have to grow these fish on 3 different growth patterns. And again, they maybe want yearling smolts. They want April 1, May 1, May 30. They only want them about an inch bigger than they wanted them in the fall. So I would go to the 3 more growth patterns. Somebody else wants a different stock at different times, different sizes, and so forth. So you can imagine the rearing of these fish is quite a complicated business to keep everything straight and figure out the target you're going to get to at the end. When we build a spring Chinook, we start with eggs that we obtain from Willamette hatcheries, and they use integrated brood stock to try to keep as much sort of wild people in there as possible. But when we deal with steelhead, there are no winter steelhead being produced by hatcheries in the Willamette Basin. Therefore, we rely on ODF and W to take winter steelhead that have been captured in the North Santiam, and then to get eggs from those fish. So the availability of steelhead eggs is really very, very poor. We get a very small number of those compared to the number of Chinook eggs that we can get. So all the Chinook are reared in corrales. The steelhead are reared here and then go to corrales. And we developed these flow charts to figure out how to do this. It's much like the flow charts that Scott developed for the other 3 projects. This is just a simplified version of one. And I'm not going to take the time to go through this, but basically we worry about early life history, environmental variables, lots of stuff we can do, and I'll talk about each of these, so don't bother reading it here. If you do things one way, you wind up with conventional hatchery fish. If you do it another way, you wind up with fish the size and time that you want them.
Can I ask a quick question on statistical analysis? So given that design, you have to use something like a PCA, a principal components analysis, to get a multifactorial.
Yeah. So one of the main things that we think is important is to use a wildlife growth pattern. So in summer, fish go faster, in the winter, they go slower. We grow fish, not be just a certain size, but to get to that size differently. And we do that by controlling temperature and by the type of diet we feed and how we feed that diet. I'll get into that in a second. Then we also use densities that are very low. Our highest densities might be more like the conservation hatchery density or less. And then we also put in structure, and the structure that we use is either for eggs and so forth, gravel, and the shade cloth is really important. We think the shade used across the tank differently over the day. And then also the in-tank structures, we asked the folks here, what is it that hatcheries, maybe if they want to implement this, what could they use that's really simple and you don't have to worry about cleaning raceways and that sort of stuff. And so they developed these for us. And you can take them out, take them off, clean the raceways, throw them back in.
For the temperature, you try to simulate natural stream temperature or something?
No, what we're trying to do is use temperature to control the growth rate that we need to hit the fish size at the end.
But to try to make it a little more wild-like, is it tried by altering the temperature, what's similar to what fish are in the wild?
No, because we're also, like I said, we need to have certain sizes at certain times. If we're to do that, you would only have one, you don't have one target at the end. But it's a good idea, but no. Yeah. So we incubate our eggs in gravel. The fish actually emerge from the gravel, which is different than what hatcheries do, which is shown there on the right. And with regard to diet, we work with the fish nutrition experts at the Bozeman Fish Technology Center of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and basically they came up with this diet for us. We call it a wild Chinook grower diet. It's low in lipid, high in protein. We order a couple of tons of this a year from them. And then we developed what we call adaptive feeding. It's how we feed is different. And I think it's extremely important. So we weigh out the amount of food that we need to achieve the growth that we need for 6 days. And then we vary the amount of food and we vary the timing of when that food is delivered on a daily basis. A lot of stochasticity for that. And it's not what some people call satiation feeding. So we actually let the fish kind of tell us how much you should feed. It's hard to describe. You have to actually see it out. But we think this adaptive feeding is really important. Because in the wild, fish doesn't know when the next meal is going to come. So now it's going to take me to the experiments about how do we know our wild fish are wildlife. How good are the surrogates? And so most of what we try to do at a level that will be accepted in peer-reviewed publications. So just for example, I'm going to give you a 40,000-foot view of these experiments. We can talk about details later if you want. We looked at the diets. We compared diets of different lipid levels and also the commercial diet, and you get results that look like this: different growth rates, different diets. And this is the condition factor, which basically is the ratio of length to weight, which tells you kind of how plump the fish is. So these are the kinds of results that we get, that we use this thing to kind of calculate how much food you have to deliver of this kind to get the size you need when you need it. But to really know what wild fish are like, we had to figure out, what's the physiology of wild fish. So we went through ththese different reservoirs in the Willamette Basin, collected wild fish. And by the way, what FNW gives us these fish, these are mortalities that happening in the collection process when they're doing their monitoring. We can't go out and sample wild fish because they're ESA listed. And as you can see, at different places, different times, lipid levels are different. So there's not like a single lipid level you need to shoot for. You just want to be close. And in this work, one of the serendipitous things that we hit on, which is really cool, is that fish that are fed our experimental diet, if you feed a low ration, have a very low GSI, that's going to have a somatic index. So if you feed fish at more of a hatchery production density, it's very common for the juveniles to mature as 6-inch fish. When I first moved to Oregon, there were steelhead hatcheries, I don't know if we're still there, where 50% of the males matured as a 6-inch fish. And so that's a problem both with Chinook and with steelhead. We solved the problem with Chinook, so our surrogates have almost zero precocity. And with regard to lipid levels, you can see that the surrogate fish are sort of halfway between the wild fish and the hatchery fish. And with regard to growth comparisons, again, it depends on what stock of wild fish you're comparing to and what hatchery you're comparing to. But you can see the surrogates in yellow have much more wildlife growth patterns than the hatchery fish. And so again, with regard to these kind of flow charts, I'm not going to belabor this, but you get movers at these different life stages. We try it for different growth rates, and that then renders the fish more similar to wild fish in regard to all these different characteristics. How do we know that? Well, for example, we've done morphological comparisons. You take a photograph, you can then digitize the fish, then you can ask the computer to draw the shape of the fish. And then you can overlay one fish type with another fish type. And so what we find is that hatchery fish are different from surrogates. Surrogates are more like wild fish in the head. The heads of hatchery fish are stubbier. Heads of wild and surrogates are pointier. They're also different in the body. That's maybe plumpish lipid. And also in the tail. I'll talk about that in a second. And interesting enough, we discovered, this with a collaborator, U of O, that the head shape between the hatchery fish and the wild fish is really driven by the ethmoid bone. Why, I don't know. But, it's not just like a protein or a lipid that's it's growing all the time. It's a solid structure, which is pretty cool. And with regard to the tail, if you look at the tails, you see that hatchery fish tend to be more rounded. Surrogate fish and natural produced fish are more pointy. And we actually quantified that and traced around, measured out to the points, compared. And interestingly enough, what we discovered was if the top lobe and the bottom lobe are the same size, that would be symmetry. So one means they're symmetrical and the variation overlaps that symmetry for wild and surrogate fish. But the hatchery fish have an upper lobe that's actually bigger than the lower lobe. I don't know why, but it's real. And there's also a difference in fin quality. We basically assess the quality of the fins, how much fraying was there, how stubby are they, that kind of thing. And as you can see here, the hatchery fish, shown in the open bars, are below the quality of the surrogates and the wild fish. So these projects have led to a host of publications that have looked at how the rearing environment affects learning, how it affects the stress response, how it affects the immune response, how it affects, structure effects, movement behavior, body lipids, and how the fish can respond to transportation, which all our surrogates are transported from the lab out. And I think this is very relevant to hatcheries because hatcheries transport the fish. And so, a lot of what we've been looking at in terms of the research isn't just morphological, physiological, but behavioral. And the types of things that we've been looking at quite recently is motivation to be near conspecifics, like are you shoaling or schooling, that kind of thing, and the latency to explore novel environment, which was predator avoidance. And what we found is that hatchery fish are different than surrogate fish, and surrogate fish are more like wild fish in these things. So I'll just give you a couple of examples. It was discovered here by the system of the project below. There's tanks in the room down the hall that Jen will probably show you when you take your tour. You look at hatchery fish, they tend to clump together. Surrogate fish are more spread out. Difference in behavior. And more recently, we've been looking at the effects of cover on fish behavior and motivation. This is looking down on the tank. Basically, where water is flowing in this direction, you would start the fish up here, pull open a gate, then you can see the fish as it went across an adverse zone. It's bright, even conspecifics. Those conspecifics you can't see here. And so we've compared hatchery fish, wild fish, and surrogate fish. What we find is that the hatchery fish are different than the wild and the surrogates. And when we deal with live wild fish, what we get them to do, we collect them for us, then we have to put them back where we got them. So there's no endangered fish that's whose life is at risk here. And then we've also looked at density effects. What's really interesting with regard to growing fish like a surrogate, it seems like structure is really important. Fish that are grown with structure, basically, we think are better off avoiding predators. Their behavior is different coming out. A hatchery fish will come out and start to explore this wide open area, whereas a surrogate, when it comes out, bolts to one side or doesn't come out at all. Which basically, there's no predator. I'm going to stay here because I don't know what's out there. So structure makes a difference in the behavior. Another thing that we found is that there's phenotypic differences that you see later in life that start real early, like an egg. There's a difference in growth, for example, between fry that come from small eggs compared to big eggs. We published on this a number of times. Basically, what's really interesting is that a fry that comes from a small egg actually outgrows the fish that came from the bigger egg. So later on, when they're smolts, it's actually a bigger fish. So we were thinking from our perspective, wouldn't it be cool if we could use egg size to figure out when you want these fish to be migrants? So the phenotypic differences expressed early in life lead to differences later, probably correlated to migration and smolting. And that early growth rate might be really one of the driving factors of when these fish are migrating. We also found on the project something pretty fascinating. Discovered at the FPGL and also done a lot of the work here. Whereas Chinook salmon, when you put them in a tank, actually layer. If you just look down at a tank, it looks like a tank of fish, but they actually form these layers. That's the bottom layer. So we took the top layer and separated those fish, took the bottom layer and separated those fish, and then asked what's going to happen next. Well, we were surprised that it persisted. It persisted for a year. The top fish stayed up. Didn't matter if you fed them in the water or above the water, like Scott was mentioning earlier. Bottom fish, feeding at the bottom, top, they stay there. And we've done this with different stocks, different years, different locations. So it's a real thing. And so, it's sort of, so what? Why would the surrogate study care about this? We also did morphological comparisons of the top and bottom fish. What you find is that the top fish are different in shape than the bottom fish. And if you look at wild migrants, you can see that the fall migrant has a different shape than the spring migrant. And that a fish that you catch downstream, migrated down, has a different shape than the fish that you catch upstream. And that the surface fish are like the fall migrants, the bottom fish are like the spring migrants. So we thought, gosh, shouldn't this be a really easy way to create, your fall migrating surrogates and spring migrating surrogates? And so the jury's still out on that. We have a project trying to answer that question. But it's neat. Now I'm going to make a transgression into bull trout. because in trying to explain what's going on with these fish and why their behavior is different, rear them differently, I had a project at the same time, Bill Brigham, I'm a PhD student, Fish Service Project, where we were in bull trout in a surrogate type of environment, and then in a plain hatchery type of environment. And the interest in Fish and Wildlife Service would be basically like if you were to take a California condor, bring it from San Diego Zoo so you can stock it back out in the wild. So they wanted to have this method available should they need to put bull trout in a hatchery so they can replenish the population of the wild. They don't want to do it, but they want to know could they do it. So we basically raised bull trout like surrogates. These are the ones from complex environment. This is the hatchery environment. Then we looked at the brain of these fish. We did this at the Oregon Health Sciences University. They have an MRI that's 10 billion times more powerful than a hospital MRI. The reason you need the MRI so powerful is that these brains are smaller than your little fingernail. You know, a fish like this, the brain is really small, and it's very labor intensive and expensive to do histology or suction of the brains. So we have the computer, we have the MRI section the brains of these fish for us. So this is the head of actually Chinook salmon. And you can see here tracings around the brain. Get the computer to do that for you. And then what you can do is stack those on top of each other, see what the brain looks like. And so this is from a fish about this big. You can imagine how small the brain is. But it allows you then to figure out the volume of this. We actually looked at sections in the brain too. But what was interesting is that the wild fish have the biggest brains. It's the wild white line. Surrogate fish are immediate, and the hatchery fish have smaller brains. And that's interesting, but it still doesn't get at so what. Well, we also did experiments to answer the so what question. What we found is that wild and surrogate fish were bolder, and they were much better predators than hatchery fish. So that told us, okay, this technology seems to enhance the ability of these fish to survive out in the wild. We've been also interested in how structure might affect the stress response in fish. And this gets at transportation and also hatchery rearing. So this is one of the type of structures that are made here. And so what we did was we simulated here out in the tank yard and then inside here, a 3-hour transportation stressor. We thought most of our fish users probably takes them 3 hours to get the fish, put them in a truck, deliver them somewhere. I think 3 hours is maybe a pretty reasonable time for hatchery truck also. And then we took blood samples and we looked at plasma cortisol as an index of stress. And this is published now. And what you see is that controls with and without structure, very low cortisol levels. By the way, this is the same hormone that you and I have when we get stressed. We get stressed, cortisol goes up. Fish get stressed, cortisol goes up. And you can see that fish that are raised with structure have a much lower response and a quicker recovery than fish raised without structure. This is all triplicated. It's real. So we thought, okay, what would happen now if we introduce structure into the tank and sort of cover? So what we did, again, looked at cover, but also at different densities. So now we knew the answer to the structured part, but we didn't know about density. So we repeated the experiment. The X's are represented structure. So we had high density with and without structure, and the same at low density, simulated transport. And what we found was, again, the controls, unstressed, very low. Fish at low density, and that's what we used before, have the exact same response. Structure, lower the amount of stress. Now with high density and structure, we got an elevated stress response. So density seems to be really important as far as how fish respond to stressor, and also that how they would utilize structure to mitigate for that stressor. So the conclusions from that is that in-tank structure and low density reduce stress. In-tank structure appears to moderate the effects of density stressor. And what's really important is that lack of tank structure and high density isn't inherently stressful. In other words, the fish in the tank, as they're being reared, the high density fish aren't really showing signs of stress. However, they're less prepared for future stressors. Another area that surrogates have gotten into is parasitic copepods. ODF&W discovered that outmigrants in the Willamette reservoirs are just loaded with parasitic copepods. You can see on the face of the fins, the worm fluid, and you look at the gills, all this white parasitic copepods. So they came to us and said, well, so what? What does that really mean to the fish? And so we developed a way of artificially infecting fish with these parasitic copepods, and then gave them a swimming challenge. And if you look at the swimming ability at high velocity of uninfected fish, they swim for a long time. These are fish that have been infected. The size represents number of fish. And fish with copepods were not able to swim nearly as long. Then if we actually took migrants from the reservoir, they couldn't hardly swim at all. The presence of these copepods really is affecting the physical ability of these fish to perform. And it's not only with regard to swimming, but also with regard to the ability to osmoregulate. So if these fish could successfully get through the dams with copepods, you get to the ocean, which might be challenged, you can't swim very well. We did a saltwater challenge. What we found was this is the mortality of salmon that have uninfected and put in salt water for 24 hours. You can see with low or high copepod infections, there was extreme mortality, particularly at higher temperatures. So the fish are not able to swim well. They can't resist salt water. And we also measured sodium to show that fish could not regulate sodium as well if they had these copepods. So having copepods is probably not a good thing for the fish. So the Corps of Engineers basically took that information and then asked the surrogate study, can we deliver surrogate fish that are the right size at the right time, but now that have copepods and don't have copepods? So we had to figure out how do you infect fish at a big scale, which we did that. And then they were delivered to PPNL users here at Green Peter bypass system. So this little pipe here running down Green Peter is sort of a simulated bypass system. Frankly, I don't think it's particularly good. But we gave them infected fish, uninfected fish. And then the question was, should they build a bypass system at the dams? This is something that ODF&W and I think is important to do. Or can they just catch them here and truck them around? So they made that comparison. I think the jury's still out on this. This just happened a year ago, so it's new stuff. And they had some real glitches, and not their fault. They had glitches in the fish that were starting the experiment. So anyway, we've been doing this for the Corps of Engineers and researchers trying to get at the trap and haul versus bypass question. That's a really important. So that's all kind of laboratory-based stuff. But we also tried to move beyond the lab correlations to more of the field. And we've used the artificial streams here in a couple of studies. We put surrogate and hatchery fish in the artificial streams, and then we also compared fish with structure and without structure in the artificial streams. This is sort of the early years of this facility. And what we basically found in these studies is that downstream movement is associated with rain events that you would expect. Downstream tends to happen at night, also what you expect. What was interesting was that movers were significantly larger than stayers and fish that couldn't find again. And why that's important is that we found that our wild fish surrogates were more likely to move at all sizes because we want fish at all different sizes in these reservoir tests. And so the surrogates would move at all sizes compared to the hatchery fish where the big ones would move. And we still don't know about the structure. So we thought, gosh, doing the stream studies is cool, but it's expensive and it takes a long time and other people need the streams. So we thought, can we simulate this back in the lab? So this is looking down on a design that we implemented a couple years ago, basically where you have a trough that leads through a pipe to a tank, back to a trough and so forth. So fish can swim around in either direction. You have water flowing around this way. And then we pit tag the fish with pit tag readers. And this is what it looks like in reality. This trial happened just before the pandemic hit, so we just got the data partially analyzed, and it's happening again right now. So right now what we're trying to do is compare fall movers and spring movers. We did it the first time just to test to see if the system works. So we put the fish in June. I'm not showing you the data, the line's flat, so let's pick it up here in November. Then you can see in the fall, there's not much movement. Then in the spring, movement goes up. Exactly what we would predict. It's supposed to be spring smolts. So what we found, first of all, it's a lot of non-directional movement. good for us to increase movement in the spring. That's what winter fish do. And they tend to move downstream at night. That's also what smolts do. So it seems like this might be a good model system that can have lots of replication and that sort of stuff, which you can't really do in the artificial streams. But we've also released fish into the wild to see how they behave. We've done 2 releases in North St. Anne and Minto, 2 releases into the Mackenzie. And basically what this looks like is you would sort fish into groups, for example, fish coming from small eggs, big eggs. We would tag the juveniles and rear them all in a common environment. It's a common garden experiment. When they got bigger, we would pit tag the fish. Then we would stock them in the wild. And basically, we've done this 4 times. You look at emergence timing as a variable, early fish coming up, late fish coming up, that kind of thing. Vertical sorting difference, like top bottom fish. And then also the importance of egg size. Very unfortunately, the first 3 years were robust because pit tag readers didn't work. It's not OW's fault. It's basically the way the system was being managed. Fish weren't passing where the pit tag readers were. And at Willamette Falls, the Corps of Engineers 1 year didn't fund much operation of the pit tag system. So we actually have data from year 4, which is still being analyzed. And maybe next time I can share the results. We literally just got the data back. That would be a comparison of top and bottom fish, and basically fish that came from little eggs and big eggs. Probably the thing that gives us most confidence that our surrogates are what the end user wants comes from field tests by the end users themselves. For example, 93% of the Chinook surrogates that were put into the Cougar Reservoir and were tagged with radio tags pass through the reservoir of the dam. Very high rate of movement. That's exactly what the researchers want. In the Foster Reservoir, downstream passage and survival of radio tagged fish was at least 60% as good as wild counterparts. Fairly similar to wild fish. And most importantly, is the distribution pattern of Chinook surrogates that were released at the head of Foster, but in radio tag fish at the head of the Foster, wild fish had moved down towards the dam, or surrogates had moved towards the dam. The wild fish sometimes turn around and go back up to the reservoir. Our fish turn around and go back up to the patterns are virtually identical. That tells us that our fish are behaving like we want them to. So what we think we've shown is that our surrogates are similar to wild fish in all of these sort of phenotypic characteristics and different than typical hatchery fish. I think the success of the project is also measured in terms of how much end users want. And so to date, we've produced nearly 500,000 wild surrogate Chinook, about 700,000 steelhead to end users, and they go to the USGS, OWW, PNL. And as part of this, we've also done genetic marking of these fish. So usually they get radio tags, acoustic tags. We also deliver large numbers of genetically marked fish that we did for them. We've also released about 50,000 surrogate wild Chinook in the Malala River system to replenish the feed population. And the Native Fish Society is actually quite interested in this, wrote an article on it because we have a wildlife fish that's going in to repopulate a stream rather than hatchery-like fish that's going to repopulate a stream. And so we've done this over the last several years. And then any extra surrogates that we have, sometimes researchers don't want, for whatever reason, they can't use fish they've requested. We basically ask OWW, where would you like us to stock them? We mark those fish and then stock them. So with that, I'll close with this slide and I'll let you read this couple of quotes from David that we've lost a terrific colleague and a very, very dear friend in this, and who was extremely instrumental in designing everything that we've been doing here. So with that, if we have time, I'll entertain any questions.
I'd ask Carl to give this presentation. He told me that he'd done this research earlier and I was interested. Actually, I got the tip of your paper and I sent it out to our Oregon Anglers Association science team. And their response was, isn't this what OHRC is supposed to be doing, making hatchery fish more wildlife? And begs the question then, if these surrogate fish go out in the wild, come back and mate with the wild fish, does their progeny have a, what's the RRS of them? Seems like it ought to be pretty close to wild,
I would like to look at that.
and it would be interesting to see.
Yeah, we
And
have to
other
do that,
question-
so that, you know, that's a great question. We'd love to know.
Other question for you or for Scott is, any of the things that you discovered here, have they been implemented or could they be implemented? I know there's going to be big economic differences of what's economically feasible to do in a production hatchery, but must be something come out here.
Well,
that can
and I
be
think
used.
just about everything is doable, except maybe density. So if you have a production hatchery that you know, they have to have a certain number of adults back. So even though our fish might come back at a higher rate, the total number would be lower. If that makes sense. But you know, our food is expensive because it's produced by a lab.
Right.
But you get the commercial grower produce it.
It seems like the lesson on density there might be that given, what was it, 20-25% on highest density for mortality, right? That you ratchet down at some level. There's got to be a trade-off function. There's a lot of dead fish there that, you know, essentially
Just that with the numbers were never
exactly. So like going to maximum density isn't actually probably optimal, given that you're going to lose.
It's not optimal, but it's better in terms of total adults back.
But do you think that's true though? Even if you were to, it seems like there must be some function in there where not to go to a third density, but that, you know, some lowering of maximum density.
So there were three densities compared. These were not, these were production hatchery methods. They weren't surrogate methods.
Got it. Okay.
And this was really done by Abernathy Silvicultural Development Center. We worked with them.
Yeah.
But that was true for coho and Chinook. And the other variable, and I didn't talk about it, is water flow. So how much water you run through the raceways versus the density, just how much space.
Interesting.
Carl, can the feed be made with insects like crickets?
Yeah, we actually looked into that. Yeah.
Because it seemed like that would be low lipid, high protein, fairly cheap. And more like a Loch Ness input in the streams anyway, right?
Yeah. We looked at fly larvae, you know, that kind of thing. We never really experimented with it, but, you know, considered it. This is the easiest thing that can be fabricated in the lab. And I think it's a soy-based diet. And just, you know, the objectives are different. You know, ODFW, the Oregon moist pellet type of pellet, grows fish really well, really fast. We wanted to take that down.
Right. Any idea of the cost of producing these fish versus the hatchery fish?
No, because if you do it, you know, experimentally, it's really expensive. Like the diet's extremely expensive, which is very different than if you have bioproducts or some other commercial company produce it. It's an apples and orange comparison. Scott, a feeling for, you know, if you were to implement this at a production scale, how much more expensive would it be?
So right now we spend about $7 billion on fish feed. And we did a study, a lipid study at Bonneville for reducing the, was it 10 times more than the commercial diet. And so we don't get enough money to buy any of it for the fish feed on the low. But then this is where people struggle, especially in this kind of forum versus other places where all these programs aren't the same. This is really cool stuff, especially for supplementation programs. Most of our programs that we talk about are mitigation programs where we want to make the most adults can out of a raceway, which is really different than what you're doing, which is trying to increase the survival probability of a fish in a container that's going to be productive when it gets out. So we cut production in half because of the density, but we don't double the survival.
Right. That's what we found.
And then I just said, and so it helps. And if you're doing a supplementation program, it's really good stuff. But if you're trying to say, gosh, I want to fish, I got a mini program, I want to put fish in the bottom of the boat. The questions are different. And so You can't take this and say, we're gonna do this across the whole state. If there was programs that you wanted to do, probably worth the investment to do those things, but probably not across the board. That makes sense. I'm just talking in circles.
I've never actually asked the question, what would it cost to produce our feed if it got scaled up?
And so you could ask the question, and I don't know, the fish food industry, their diets are pretty proprietary. I don't know if there's enough volume of crickets in the world.
Yeah.
To do that. I know that,
There's a warehouses.
I do know that the fish food producers constantly experimenting with different types of diet. They had the OHRC tried it, I think they called it a finishing diet. They're trying to see if they could feed some of the fish just shortly, like a week or two before you release them. That would help them survive.
yeah, and they're always looking for those, that type of thing. So I don't know. I mean, those are cool things to talk about. Being a fish producer or fish food manufacturer to say, we want a diet that doesn't use so much fat, and we want more protein. I think they'd be interested, but they're not going to volunteer that and start giving it out. For first of all,
And maybe the people that produce it for us could ferret that out if we wanted to do that. It was Rick Barrows, if that name rings a bell.
It does.
He's retired now. When you see him,
Just a comparison of the experimental station in hatchery rearing opposed to antiquated, should we call them antiquated by now? Hatcheries that have been built 40, 50, 60 years, older than that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's a huge difference from what you're doing and what we can do in the state. Is that correct?
Depends where you are and what you want to do.
Yeah.
For example, we like round containers. Hatcheries have, I think a round pond is better than a raceway. That sort of thing.
I mean, to me, that would be, some simple tweaks to the system. Whether it can be done in the older facilities.
Well, those kind of facelifts are multi-million-dollar facilities.
Right.
So
yeah, I mean,
we're talking dollars.
You're talking, yeah, and so major changes to the infrastructure is big one.
we actually have done some of these experiments at Marion Forks in their production circulars.
They have circulars.
Yeah, they have,
Have you
we have
done
structure, no structure, and that kind of stuff.
Have you looked at the circulars versus the linears at Marion Forks to say, because all the fish look better, but I've never seen anybody demonstrate it makes more goals.
No.
And Marion Forks is a perfect place to do something like that. There's lots of fish available. When you mess with the production, and you can make that comparison without a whole lot of.
And also a lot of the comparisons that I showed you, the fin quality and the shape, we use Marion Forks fish because they have really good water quality there, and fish are in good shape. So we wanted to sort of skew it towards what's the best hatchery looking fish.
I think it'd be really interesting to carry it further and find out what the fitness of these fish would be versus a hatch box fish versus a wild fish or a regular production.
At least we're hoping to get that in terms of the juvenile migrants. That's why we did those releases. What I can tell you is that in Mackenzie, even though the pit tag readers downstream weren't working, ODFW will go back and it's part of the normal monitoring for wild fish and also snorkel surveys that our fish were found with the wild fish for at least half a year. So they sort of assimilated themselves into the wild population. Don't know what the survivorship was. Pit tag readers didn't work.
Okay, I got one, Carl. It seems like that before you look at fitness, the first question would be, so what kind of survival benefit are you getting from surrogate fish versus traditional hatchery fishing? There's been no plans to look at, adult survival back to adults.
Yeah, that's what Scott was asking about. Now, I mean, see, the Corps of Engineers, they were told by a lawsuit they lost last year. And then before that by the biological opinions, that they have to figure out how to get fish safely through the reservoirs and down the downstream side of the dam. And that's where they're
And
going to stop.
that's as far as they want it.
That's
That's as far as they're looking. Yeah.
It's Corps of Engineers.
Or reductive.
Carl, I could maybe round out your response there a little bit.
Can you say that again, please?
Yeah, if I could just round out your response on that. We have published a number of reports looking at the survivorship of both surrogate Chinook and steelhead that were released above and below core dams. So we do have that small to adult survivorship information. And I'd be happy to share it with the board.
And is there any kind of difference, any significant improvement, Mark?
Well, so interestingly, we're not comparing it to non-surrogate fish, right? So these are just survivorships of surrogate fish. So I can tell you what their survivorships are. And we could look at, make some comparisons to regular production fish, but those regular production fish are being released in different ways, right?
Right.
So let me repeat what you said. Basically, what you're saying is that we have return data on some surrogate fish. Is that correct?
Years of it, quite a few years of it, yes.
Well, so we have those data. Those are being analyzed now.
They've been analyzed, yes.
We are looking
Yeah,
at
and
that,
so I co-authored one of those reports, Carl. I could ship it out to all the board.
Thanks. So then we're talking about something different. The release studies, the 4 release studies that I mentioned, we have the pit tag data of returns from those, but they're very, there's a small sample size as compared to when you're doing a, hatchery release 30,000 fish in a race.
Sure, we're not releasing. Well, there's still large numbers though. They're statistically reliable numbers.
Yeah, in our case, we based the release numbers on how many fish we expected to catch or read through the pit tag readers downstream based on pit tag reading efficiency and that sort of thing.
Yeah. So, right. I think we're talking about the same thing here. We have the out migration data from the pit tag readers at Willamette Falls, but we also have the return data. And that's been largely written up.
I think we're talking about different fish. I'm talking about fish that we released.
I would just be curious if there's a market, compared to the Willamette production hatchery, is there a market difference between the surrogate fish?
Yeah.
Same brood years.
You can come up with a number, it's just not it wouldn't be statistical viable because it's 2 different, one's a pit tag, one's before white tags or harvest and all sorts of other components to that. You'd have to it'd be hard to
It would just
standardize.
be, it would, ocean harvest would be, or yeah, harvest would be out of it, right?
It'd be hard to standardize, but you can get a number twice as big as that type of thing.
I'm curious to see what it looks like.
Okay, we're gonna have to keep on schedule. Hopefully we'll have time to, for a little more discussion later. Thanks, Carl. Appreciate it. It's very interesting.
Thank you.
Hate to make
Give me a shout if you guys.
Hate to make a retired guy go to work like this, but it's worth it.
Yeah.
And I just want to thank Carl too for helping out with the Elk River project. And he's doing that pro bono. So thanks very much, Carl.
Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't mention actually that we train graduate students, postdocs on this. We also hire a number of undergraduates, and those undergraduates sometimes get research credits for working on surrogate study feeds into the university pretty well.
Okay, thank you. I guess the lunches are around and back. You pick them up and it's gonna be kind of a working lunch. So come back around to the table. And got a few minutes to have a bite and then we're gonna move on. So please don't wander.
How many years has this study been going on?
We're being paid to use the station.
So I just have this paper, insects as a feed ingredient for fish culture. This is 2021. It doesn't have economics, but it does talk about.
I never got
We've done some of that.
Yeah, I know. Well, it varied, but yeah. You can't put pieces.
Yeah. I think what's changed now is these commercial growers and fly growers.
One of the worst ones you ever had?
Really? Yeah.
Sure.
But I think you have to look at, you need to see the economics.
Dennis? Oh, well, you were,
A lot of aquaculture, one of the big so finding alternatives.
So they, Salt Lake, they did a lot of.
Oh, yeah, those little bright shirts.
And even though the source that was. Well, that's. I was. Silver. Those are the challenges they have.
Yeah.
Let's talk about working.
Yeah, they would want it, that's right.
So it's really about, if they're ready, they can those folks scale up.
No, I think what just tricked me was when he showed the living in protein.
Good, yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I just found this paper that just came out this last year, that's kind of the state of the art of what's happening with raising insects for aquaculture. And it does have a nice table in it, lipid content, lipid and protein. So it'd be interesting just to compare, but there's no economics. Oh, okay.
Expect this.
That's your real startups. That's what it is. Development.
Right. But I think it takes, I mean, the structure thing is really easy, right?
Yeah.
From the structures and
They are. It's a really big thing. That's why we wanted this thing designed for such a reason. Yep. Very political.
So the lunches are right there.
Which answer is research? Sometimes. Right now, I don't want to sweep salt is a
Heritage does a pretty good great fish just a, but there's not small, there's going on right. So we're trying to figure out what is still. You want to share real quick about this?
Yeah, sure. Tell me what you're thinking. Going here. You can grab your spots and your lunches and get going. You're running a little late now, so. Mark, are you gonna show your slides? Oh, you're muted there.
Yeah, no, I can manage everything from here.
Okay, great.
Selena?
Yeah.
Can I say something real quickly?
Yeah, sure.
I get, one of my slides didn't pop up for some reason. That was my cue card to suggest that the board invite Jen or Craig to give a talk on what research is going on right now, and we did last year on thin quality and steelhead.
Okay.
And it's already a canned talk. It's about 10-15 minutes. I think it'd be worthwhile at some board meeting to have. When you take your tour, Jen, explain that.
All right, great. Oh, thank you. I wondered what they were. I didn't realize they were. Okay, Mark, are you ready?
I sure am.
Okay.
But and everyone there is set, I assume too. So it's a shame I couldn't be with you today. It just wasn't in the cards. From the looks of it, you're all eating a lot better than I am for lunch. So enjoy that, and I look forward to joining up with you in person, hopefully next time around. So both Selena and your chair, Scott Starkey, have asked me to talk a little bit about how findings from the OHRC research have been applied by ODFW to management. And of course, this is an entirely reasonable request. It's important for all of us to understand what we're getting from our investment at the OHRC. And this question of return on investment, you know, it's come a number of times over the years. So back in 2012 and 2013, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. Let's see. David Noakes, he put together documents describing the OHRC research applications, and he posted these to the center's website. So if you can see this, this is a 9-page document that David put together back in 2013, and this was posted to our website. I could ship this out to board members, or we can post it to our website again. It describes research that's been done at the OHRC and research applications. But again, back at that time. Today, I'm going to take a little bit different approach. I don't think that the lists offer enough. They're not satisfying because they don't offer historical context, and the big picture matters. So as Lindsay pointed out earlier today, you know, history and the history of the OHRC, it's important. So I'm hoping that we can just take a few minutes to reflect on hatcheries and hatchery science in our state. And that's what you're seeing here. There's a rich history, and I've only indicated just a very few landmarks along this timeline. Noteworthy here, not long after Oregon became a state, the Clackamas Hatchery was established in 1877 to produce spring Chinook salmon. And less than 20 years later, in 1893, Oregon's Fish and Game Administrator, he initiated the first fish marking program, released 5,000 fin-clipped spring Chinook salmon from Clackamas in 1898. Now, this experiment, 32 of those fish returned as adults back to the Clackamas hatchery. But importantly, it wasn't really until 1997. That's right, 100 years later, with the passage of the Oregon Plan, that mass marking programs came into widespread use in salmon management here in Oregon. So, you know, uptake of science by management, it can be slow. And some would say too slow. 100 years, that's too slow. We can and have been doing a whole lot better. Meanwhile, hatchery production of salmon and steelhead have ramped up tremendously. So this is transposed across the same timeline. Here's a closer look at that graphic. Now, this is for all species throughout the North Pacific. And there on the y-axis, we have millions of fish being released into the North Pacific. But here, just taking a look at Oregon's production during the past 12 years, steady production, no major increase or decline. You can pretty much draw a flat line through here. But here's what we've been getting back. Adult returns fluctuate, and they fluctuate a lot. And in some cases, you know, looking at spring Chinook, summer steelhead, especially like Sean was talking about earlier, you know, we see some pretty undeniable evidence of decline, and that's with constant hatchery production. So I'm showing you this because there really is a disconnect between the number of juvenile fish released and the number of adults that return for harvest or supplementation. And so the most promising path to increase our adult returns and to reduce genetic risk from our hatchery programs is to improve the quality of our hatchery fish. And Carl just got through speaking 40 minutes about this, how much we can affect the quality of the fish that we produce. And this is really where the OHRC can make a difference. And this is where our research has focused. And I've talked about before, these slides are from a presentation I gave to the board back in 2019. We focused on the qualities of hatchery fish that our research is addressing. So with this timeline of hatchery production as a backdrop, let's just go ahead and consider what has been done at the OHRC since its doors open. At the top of the list here in blue is a sample of some of the work done before this board was established and before the OHRC Research Fund existed. Now, back then, researchers had to arrive with their own money to conduct their work at the center. David Noakes was very effective at bringing in colleagues from all over the world to the OHRC to do work, and often at no cost, just working on their own dime. He also regularly engaged the students with OHRC research. I was able to lead a couple of projects that kicked off during that time, looking at triploid effects on steelhead and designing the biter study. But this board recognized the need for stable funding for OHRC research. And in 2014, the OHRC Dedicated Research Fund was set up shortly after the establishment of this board. In November of that same year, the OHRC board approved proposals for 3 projects. See them listed here, the top ones in green. They had in their proposals completion dates of 2028, 2029, and 2030. And those research plans have been and are available through our website. They're available to the public. Now, until March of this year, 2022, this board had not approved any other research for funding. And I would argue that's because you lacked a process to do this, to solicit research and evaluate it. But now, just this year, you've got 3 new projects underway. Those at the bottom of the page here. And as I mentioned earlier today, contracting for these studies finalized last week. So now you have a process to bring in new research. This started just last year, and I hope you'll keep it working and improve it. Meanwhile, I think it's really important to recognize, and a number of you have already today, that the researchers, they've been doing their part. They've been designing, conducting, and publishing work. And, you know, I can tell you firsthand, this is not easy work. All of these publications and reports are from the OHRC research, at least 30 of them since 2015. And they're all listed on the center's website and in your annual reports. Hey, look, it's a lot to read and understand here, but you have access to them and you have access to the scientists that publish them. So, you know, I've heard some good questions today. I heard you, Scott, ask Carl, what from this research can be applied? That's a great question. That's exactly what this board should be asking. So please keep asking those questions. And if results aren't clear to you, ask more questions. And so now I'm just going to take a brief moment here to remind this board that it is your duty then to provide recommendations regarding current hatchery management practices that are based on the OHRC's research projects. That's an important point in the statute. And these recommendations should go then to your board chair, who should then communicate them to the OHRC director for delivery to ODFW. That's the pipeline. Now, this process really hasn't been working, in my opinion, and it needs to get underway. And I was encouraged this morning to hear your fellow board member, Seth Eisenberg, talk about addressing this issue. And I agree with his comment that the board could and should use available technologies to share and discuss potential management recommendations. I'd certainly like to assist with that recommendation pipeline. It's something that needs to get up and running. Hope that you don't take what I've said to suggest that ODFW has not already been applying information from OHRC research. It has. So 50 years, a number of us at ODFW, myself included, have met regularly and discussed how we might apply findings from OHRC research to ODFW fish management. I'm currently working with Brent Heiners to organize a research session for the biennial hatchery managers meeting that's being held this July. And, you know, this has been a really great venue for us, folks from the OHRC, to discuss useful results from their work with hatchery managers and hear questions from the hatchery managers that we can then bring back to the OHRC. And the managers, they can put our ideas to work. So, as an example, the OHRC spearheaded methodologies to tripletize rainbow trout and steelhead. Ryan Couture, who's with you there today, he worked countless hours on this project and developed a tool that can now significantly reduce genetic risks from hatchery fish. Now, what we learned from this work was that the technology worked really well with rainbow trout. And so the graph here on the left shows that ODFW has steadily increased the proportion of our trout production that we tripletize. Those fish interbreed, they don't pose genetic risk to our native stocks. But we also learned that triploidy significantly impairs growth and survivorship of steelhead. So simple application, we are not using this tool with anadromous stocks because you won't see them back as adults. They won't be harvestable. And you know, there's a host of other OHRC studies that we've applied in our management. Lance mentioned the biter study this morning. That work is now in review, in peer review for publication. In many cases, we've simply learned that we're doing the right things at ODFW and should stay the course. And so for the 3 projects this board has approved in 2014, we're anxiously awaiting those results that are scheduled to arrive this fall and over the next few years. So as your chair alluded earlier, and I think all of you recognize there's a lot of important work to do. Our researchers need to continue with their work and communicate how their results might be applied. And this board has a statutory charge to solicit, review, and approve promising research and to develop management recommendations that are based on OHRC studies. And I can assure you that ODFW will take those recommendations and implement them, as they are appropriate. Certainly we can produce higher quality smolts in some cases, but that will, in some cases, then impact the quantity of fish that we produce. So there's going to be a trade-off in some of those implementations of management recommendations. So lastly, we need to keep improving the OHRC's outreach and its footprint in the media. And, there's certainly a lot to do here, but it's worth our best effort. So if there's any time, I'm looking at the clock. I'd be happy to take a few questions.
I think one of the things that I'm hearing as a theme has been, our desire to make sure that the public on a lot of different fronts is aware of what we're doing and why. And I'm wondering if we, amongst all the other things we're thinking of, this would be a relatively minor change, but I'm wondering if we should use a press release format where, we basically start to try to raise the profile of the OHRC and our findings in a way that, it's also, I think that your ideas, the ideas about, putting pressure on relative to making sure that things are adopted from a management perspective is that, we could consider, basically trying to make that connection more to the citizen science reporters, et cetera. So, OPB, Oregonian, et cetera, and some national outlets. So, a press release format and a landing spot on our board page might be a way to do that. And then just establishing a distribution list, something to think about. I think just hearing a lot of folks sound like a little frustrated about not being able to get the word out, and that we were able to do that and have sort of a standard format, it might be something we want to consider.
If I could offer just another thought here in terms of meeting your duties and generating management recommendations based on OHRC research, I think it could be helpful to begin compiling those first, of course, reviewing the research that's been done, generating ideas, recommendations to management, and putting those in a shared document where you can look at them, share them, think about them, and ultimately vote on which recommendations you might want to have included in your annual report. And that should start really now, so that those recommendations could be discussed in September, voted upon, and then maybe voted upon in December and then included. So that really should get going, in my view.
So I was just wanting to absolutely agree. I found I worked with OSU science writers to create a press release for that last old paper. And that was picked up by a European journalist that contacted me. And before I knew, that work was published in Hatchery International, which is a global magazine. I'm really sorry. I meant to print out copies and bring one of those here because it's the first time we could distribute it. But it's really been very effective for me.
Can I say something? We should do the sport. We should do the sportsman show. We should have our publications and a small booth at the sportsman show to send it out to the masses. More people know about it. More people support it.
I have what I've asked for a list of some of the research we've done. I mean, a lot of things that have occurred here, but not very well documented or presentable. But if you're looking for outreach, I stand in front of the Oregon Anglers Association and our South Coast Anglers Association. I go to their board meetings and I go to our regular meetings, and I know Chuck does with his LC Angler Association and Jack does with his group. So a lot of us have organizations we have to report back to, and they want to know what's going on. And the question I get asked all the time is, all right, that research center, they say has been there 13 years, spent about $30 million. And what research has been done and implemented there in the hatcheries that have either improved hatchery efficiency or adult fish returns? And when you're asked that question and stand in front of a group, it would be nice to be able to have a brochure or something, or a list of what we've actually accomplished and what has been implemented, because that's what they're looking for. And we don't, that's not something that's readily available. Now we can beat around the bush and talk about different things that it's done, but not very clear and not very thorough. That's what I'd really like to see.
Mr. Chair, I think I agree with you. I would ask requisite to that we develop a list of recommendations from this board to ODFW. This is what the statute asks this board to do. So to implement changes, we need those recommendations.
Scott, I have here how OHRC research findings have been used. This is a list that David Noakes put together. And I've got a copy, so there must be more of them floating around. But it can answer a lot of the questions that you have on how the findings have been used. And I'm not going to read through it because it's pretty extensive. Mark, you know what I'm talking about, that list?
I thought I saw something like that a long time ago. That's why I was looking for it. Got it.
Yeah.
It needs to be updated. And that's what Mark showed at the beginning here.
This list that can you see this now?
Send me a copy, would you, Mark, please?
Yeah.
I sure can. Yeah.
But what I hear you saying, Mark, is that there hasn't been a regular reporting of recommendations from the board back to ODF&W recommending how that research should or could be used?
Well, that's right, Selena. I think that's where we've got a disconnect. So we have the researchers producing information, and science has an important but limited role in this process. They provide the information, but they can't direct the management. They can't they can make some recommendations, but this board is actually tasked to make recommendations. This is what we need to have happen. This bottom of the slide here that quotes statute. And so we have not had, and so I believe that we have not seen recommendations come forth on a regular basis from this board, simply because we haven't had a process to generate those recommendations.
Right.
So I believe we could fix this problem by designing and implementing a process to develop management recommendations that are based on OHRC research. It really isn't the scientist's job to generate those recommendations. It occurs on occasion, but really it is this board's job to generate those recommendations as outlined by statute. So we need that process. And I'd be more than happy to assist in the development of that process. And I know you've got other folks on the board that could do this too. So once we have the process in place, then I think we can expect to see more recommendations, and that would be very useful to ODFW.
Yeah, I agree. We haven't been doing that very well over the past, for sure. We need the process. Sounds good.
I would just comment in my tenure, we really haven't had, we have these 3 long-term research projects that we really don't have results from yet. So we really haven't had that many opportunities to develop recommendations. Am I missing something here?
Well, I mean, there have been 30 publications since 2015. And so, you know, I think if the board were to comb through those, all of that literature, certainly there's something there that could be recommended, I would hope.
We can,
So the projects aren't completed, but there's a lot of information to draw from already.
we can let this discussion run right into our next topic. I mean, it's all flowing together. So if any more questions with Mark. I think as far as the recommendations of research, I mean, I think a thing the board could do, or we could have done in the past, and we maybe shouldn't be doing now, is not just implementing research projects from beginning to end and footing the bill for them within OHRC, but there's a lot of research out there. I mean, we've all read hundreds of papers, and if you gather on any specific topic, gather together all the credible science and research that's been done, and the board could review that together and say, what parts of this make sense, or what would we recommend we do out of this? So we don't necessarily have to reinvent the wheel on every different research potential. I think awful lot's already been done. Any comments?
Well, I think if we, like Mark said, we've got 30 publications already out there over the last many years. And I think if someone, I presume the director, could comb through that and put together maybe, I don't know, 5 or 10 or something like that of possible management recommendations based on some of those, that would be very helpful to me as a board member.
You volunteering?
No, because it would have to be someone who I think is familiar, a more scientific person who would understand what those publications say. I think it would be a more expertise kind of than me.
Yeah, I agree. I think, you know, my thought has been, perhaps if there's some way we could fund a grad student or something like that to compile some of this research together. That and then
Wouldn't that be the director's job to do that, don't you think?
I don't know.
Well,
We don't have a director.
Well, and I mean, the other thing is that, you know, it's not as big a job as you might think, because any scientific paper, the conclusion section is sort of the place where, you know, Mark was mentioning, it's not the scientist's place to basically cement in a management recommendation, but usually there's a conclusion or discussion section, rather, it's called, that, you know, basically kind of lays out the major thematic elements that are supported by the data and have been peer reviewed, which is the advantage of saying, well, you're not just speculating upon it, it's both supported by the data and the analysis and in peer review. I think the idea would be just troll through those 30 in the discussion section, try to pull out the major elements. And not all 30 of those publications are, you could do 10 at a time, say, hey, this is primary, secondary, tertiary, priority. I mean, probably not quite as daunting a job as we might imagine, but getting to sort of the items in a way that we want to basically communicate them concisely, and then the board agrees on it. I mean, it's going to be a process, as Mark mentioned. I mean, the other thing is once we catch up, then it's probably only an annual process that we basically have to do it, and the volume won't be as much. But I'm happy to work on it, and I could, I don't know if I could be the person to go through and pull all that out, but I'm happy to work with Mark, and we'll probably need a couple other people on the team basically kind of put the process together. But I think we could play catch up pretty quick, because you don't have to go back and review all the methodology and everything else, which is really where the owner, you know, if there were 30 papers to tear them all apart from that level, you basically just look at that discussion section and use that as, decide where you're gonna pull stuff from primarily.
I think just to build on that, I like your suggestion of having the director be the point of contact for that. And I agree, you can boil it down often to the conclusions, but I do think there's value in the methods because a lot of these are system dependent or context dependent. So having someone that's going to have that background knowledge of what was going on in the system, as well as what we're trying to achieve in the state system, put those two together and bring it to you all. I think the director has the time and kind of the background. I'd stop there.
And we are working very hard on getting that director in place, so that should happen.
Yeah, the real problem is what Steve mentioned is that these studies are still ongoing, and a lot of publications are these are things that happen on the way to get those results. There's really nothing you recommend yet because you don't know what the results are going to be. I think there'll be a lot of that. Relatively few where you can say, okay, this is something that would be useful to do.
Yeah, I do think having that look as you're going, whether you conclude that, hey, there's nothing here yet, that's information that you all can take to your constituents as well.
Scott?
Well, I think the other thing we can look at is what should be the next study. For example, with the magnetism, that came out, people looked at, hey, how about what happens then when you put coded wire tags in the nose? That's what led to that. So there's probably other things that we could do, very short term, not life cycle studies, short term things to check things out.
And I think a summary of findings from the work that's been done would be really helpful to have. Like right now, we're looking at a list of references for 30 papers, but having that distilled into a summary of the work that's been done that's distributable. And
doesn't our annual report achieve that?
are all those 30 papers summarized in the annual report?
Our findings are summarized in that.
Well, that might be a good place to start, then to file into one document.
So I know anadromous fish get a lot of attention here for obvious reasons, but trout are actually the most popular fishery in the state and sell the most angling licenses. And the work that Brian and Trick extensively has been really valuable in terms of our management of those trout fisheries. It's a really big impact there that is probably under recognized because of the focus on anadromous and hatchery wild differences.
Scott, a lot of times we'll discuss something, whatever, and find out that what we were looking for has already been done. But it's a matter of finding that information. The following are examples of how the research results have been incorporated into fish management. Examples of studies that confirm current hatchery practices. Publications can be provided if requested. So we need to research the publications and find out, it says if requested, where do you request for?
Well, I think when that was crafted, the internet was in its infancy. And so before you'd have to get a reprint, you'd have to say like, hey, can I get a reprint of that? Now we can just direct them to hyperlink and send them to where that's sitting online. But we have to set that up in the website so that, it's basically directly, if you're thinking about the fulfillment side of that, I didn't think when that was crafted, no one envisioned that all this stuff would all be out there. It's basically PDFs that the public would be able to access. All right.
I think some of it too is that if you contact the researcher, contact us, we might be able to get you a copy that you don't have to pay for.
Well, I guess that's the problem, right? Is that some of those are actually paid, but do we have access as be able to distribute a PDF to them if that's,
It depends on the age of the paper, where the paper was
Right.
published, all those things.
right.
I'm not sure I'm tracking with everybody, but with the one question we brought up earlier is what has actually come out of OHRC? And I think that's, or what research has come out of here that's been implemented, or what publications? And that's probably one segment of what we're looking at. The other thing is our next topic is the future projects. And as we identify what future projects, we could also look at what research has already been done. Like you say, Chuck, not reinventing the wheel, but gathering that together and reviewing it. So there's kind of a couple different segments where I look at it. What's already been done, go back and look at that. I mean, out of this organization, and then where we're going in the future and what's been done and what do we want to do or want to implement. Make sense?
Well, I would like to have our one project for our new director is to maybe that be one of his first duties is to review those 30 publications and see which ones we might want to recommend some kind of management issues for ODFW. And I would certainly like to see that information, and then the vote can then, the board can then vote on what those recommendations. Maybe we don't want them. Maybe we do. I don't know. We can decide at that point. Right now, we don't know. I don't know what they are.
Is there value? And, you know, it seems to me like the way, you know, we're sort of thinking about things as a board, in some ways is very opportunistic, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. And Carl mentioned, you know, science proceeds in kind of iterations. Some of them are, you know, you go into something and you come out with a result that leads you in a different direction. And I think that we still want to keep that opportunistic lens open for us. But I wonder, as also in terms of thinking about process and structure, is that would there be usefulness of us, you know, maybe it's not every year because these are bigger pictures, but maybe every 2 years at least, so we do kind of a summit with scientific staff, and then we basically hear not only about papers that have been, you know, conducted and stuff, but really about some of the research themes that folks are thinking about, those folks and what they're aware of from other meetings and things, and for us to then, you know, have an opportunity to cogitate on that a bit. I think the part that's missing for me, not being involved with primary literature anymore, is really not having a great handle on sort of the evolution of the field. I mean, I think that one thing we might want to think about, and maybe this is something else for the new director kind of lead us on, but it feels to me like that piece is missing. Like we have this great opportunistic connection to the scientists that work with us. What I don't feel like we have in place is this opportunity for the board to have kind of a brainstorming session annually or semi-annually for 2 years that would allow us to kind of have input and then really sort of coalesce on, okay, say there's 10 topics out of that are interesting directionally. And then for us to sort of think about, well, we're kind of interested in board 3 of them maybe as a priority. And then maybe what we do out of that is put out RFPs in those areas if we're not getting solicitations, you know, to be able to do it.
So that's essentially what Mark did last fall.
Okay.
But I think, and Mark, you should talk a little bit about that, but I think that meeting was more scientists talking to each other. And I think what Seth might be envisioning is something more of scientists talking to board members and board members talking to scientists.
Right. I think that I would have missed that meeting, Mark, because it would have been after I joined or before I joined rather, but the idea there would be that kind of session is still important. And I don't think you can actually do the kind of work that I'm envisioning without doing that session. But after that would be really to kind of say, hey, you know, it's sort of a spitballing session a little bit, right? And then the sort of Venn diagram of that spitballing session, scientists of what they're seeing, what they're feeling, all that, and then what the board is interested in and all the different constituencies we represent, right? The overlap there is where I think the really interesting part is, and the part that overlap would allow us to do would be, really proactively go after, instead of opportunistically receiving proposals. So it's for us to then think about putting out RFIs or RFPs in those areas and say, like, hey, we're looking for scientists to be able to do work in these areas. We've got funding in the range of X to Y, and solicit proposals. So might be something else for us to consider around process orientation.
Yeah. So I would agree. The meeting that we had, the workshop that we hosted last summer, it brought, well, Brad Halverson participated in it, but it's primarily scientists from federal agencies, state agencies, universities, tribal organizations, and some NGOs. Sort of the advantage those folks have is that they're mostly all up to speed with where we're at, right? So they don't need sort of the background. But it sounds to me like maybe this board could benefit from a retreat with the scientists, right? Maybe something quite informal where you have opportunities to discuss where are we at, what have we learned, what can be applied, and where do we need to go next, right? And some of that can be obtained through the literature, but it seems like it might be valuable for this group. But then, so you have a process in place now to generate concepts. So we have a shared document. Scott Starkey contributed ideas to that. Seth, I know you have added some ideas to that concept list. Those are concepts that you'll have the opportunity to review in September, very much akin to the purpose of last year's workshop. Now these concepts are coming from you. You can discuss them, rank them, and decide which of them go into a request for proposals that you might or might not support. But outside of all of that, you also, I believe, need a process to compile, discuss, and share, and then ultimately rank and vote on management recommendations. I hear that those might come from the director to you. I think it's important also that you deliver recommendations to the director, because per statute, the OHRC board reports to the OHRC director. So I think it is expected that you deliver recommendations to the director.
When we looking back to when we started OHRC, or this board, and to where we are now, I think kind of a bit of a turning point. I mean, we were pretty well focused on, when we board first started, they proposed to us different projects, research projects that we thought were critical, and we ended up, after several meetings, agreeing with the 3 projects we have now: the main choice, environmental, and homing. But there was no funding to do it, so then we worked to get the funding through the House Bill 3012 and accomplished that. Then we got these projects started and tracked and been following through for 4 or 5 years now. And now we're saying, where are we going from here? And frankly, we haven't, a lot of our meetings in the past haven't been a very open discussion. That's really why I want to do this in the morning session, this session, just to throw out everybody's ideas, just candidly. Where do you want to go? What do you think we ought to be doing? And just to get more engagement. In the past, we've mostly sat back and listened to the scientists talk and on different topics, and we just sort of nod our head and went on. But we need to, like Mark says, we need to get more engaged and actually come out making recommendations and putting them forward. So
I don't think we should get to the point of voting on recommendations, right? I think what we should do is deliver to ODFW, here are possible things you could do. Then, of course, it's up to ODFW to decide if they want to do them or not, for whatever reason. I think it's better to have a longer list that they prune down rather than us second guessing something. You're voting something that could be useful down. I was also going to offer that maybe in the future we could just request the investigators. I think everybody would agree. It'd be very simple in the annual report. If there's something that's useful, or if they say so. But sort of as an expectation that, it's not the investigator's role to make sure that it's implemented. But I think it's very reasonable to ask people if they want to work at the center and you have something useful, you have to tell us. It could just be a few sentences, and that should go to the director or the annual report.
Well, my feeling is, is there a disconnect of what we do here in the findings we have in getting it to the Oregon Fish and Wildlife? There's always been 5 or 6 employees of Oregon Fish and Wildlife right here at this table. Is there not the conduit from these ideas to get beyond here to the Oregon Fish and Wildlife and hatchery management? I know we've talked about it a number of times and definitely heard Scott's response on some things, but it has gotten there, hasn't it?
It absolutely has, and that's kind of how we stepped up on the Elk River, where, and actually Mike's project with coho wings, is that we had these conversations, and it was like, we want to expand our concepts and actually go out and try to implement things. And so that's how we ended up with the imprinting study of the Elk River and coho pairs at Sandy. And so we're here, I'm listening, Brian's here, Brent's here, so we're hearing things that come out that we can actually try to implement what I would consider a small scale to see if it's valuable to try to expand across the state. And that's kind of where I think this group is right now, is you're taking some information that we've gathered over the last 10 years to try to implement studies. It's going to take another year to see if it's valuable. And now you're in a place where we're going to phase out of those programs. Do you want to continue on some of them, or do you want to take a different direction? The stuff I heard from Carl is really cool, but somebody's going to have to come up with a big pile of cash. And maybe that's Scott going to the governor and say, hey, I need $20 million for the hatcheries to buy fish feed and build a couple circular races. But that's the kind of thing that we would need to implement some of those concepts that came out of Carl's work, which is all good.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'm answering your question there, or I think I'm just skating around it, but anything that we can implement within our current budgets that makes some sense, we're doing.
I would just build on that. We've certainly implemented several things like the triploidy, like some of the improvements to wild broodstock collection at LC Hatchery, et cetera.
Egg incubation, water, maybe that's something.
Yeah. But I think perhaps by combing through the literature here, down here, as well as other places like Sean Naram and Co, there may be things that we haven't implemented yet because the synthesis of recommendations just hasn't been developed. Our policies have developed based on the body of evidence that was around at the time those policies were developed. Things have moved on, or there's some other things that have come to light. It may be that we could revisit some of those policies, but haven't been put together necessarily in a way that can inform that. So I think it's a bit of a mix. There's some space here for the board and the director to develop something that could lead to changes.
I think there's an opportunity here really for the director to also, in some cases, serve as an interpreter, because not all board members are scientists or have a lot of science background. And so it may be that you hear something that's given in a presentation, or you read something on a website or on a paper, and you say, hey, but I wonder about blank, or this or that or whatever. And so the director is a resource then for you to, in some cases, maybe know something right off the top about that question that you've asked, or in other cases might be able to do a little research and get an answer to you. So I would just love to see board members asking more questions on that Google sheet, or, throwing ideas out there that can then kind of be discussed and coalesced into actual, research topics moving forward.
That's kind of what I'd like to do right now, because we're talking about future research projects.
Yeah.
One thing I'd like to have done, actually almost promised we'd get this done, is, and I guess we'll wait till we get a new director, but I'd like to have a incubation box or a hatch box workshop done here, where we have everybody that has been working with incubation boxes, everybody from, or hatch boxes, from Scotty, the current manufacturer. Chuck has done some work with it. Mark's done some work with it. I know a lot of biologists, but step biologists that have had experience with incubation boxes and back, and get people from Idaho, Washington, other states, and bring a group of people together to discuss incubation boxes. There, and develop a protocol of where they're applicable, and how they should be implemented and used. I've read a bunch, all the science I can put together or could find on incubation boxes. And the one more negative one, or the report that says that they weren't very effective, was coming out of ODFW here. But that also said, oh, if we'd used different brood stock and different been used, I mean, it could be effective. Other reports say these things are super effective, but they got to be put in a stream that has low carrying capacity. They have to be at a certain elevation in a certain elevation in the stream. They have to be maintained a certain way, a certain depth. And so there's definitely a protocol, and there's a lot of testimony that they can be extremely effective only, but in certain conditions and used properly. And so if we can get people together with all the information about incubation boxes being thrown together and end up with a protocol saying, under these different circumstances, this is an effective tool. And we know that there are cases where they are, but other cases are not, and you don't want to use them ineffectively and poorly. So we should put that together and then get a recommendation. Actually, the state of Oregon, 3 times the legislature has proposed bills to force ODFW to use incubation boxes. They've been put off. There'll be another bill coming this summer, I'll guarantee you that's happening. And so if we can work with that and develop a protocol of when property of use. So that's one example of something I think we should do, and I'd like to get going as soon as we have a new director. Just to throw out some other ideas of research that I'd like to see, just like, these aren't firm proposals, these are just ideas or things that have been bothering me, not just me, but other people have asked me to put these forward, and I just throw it out to get a conversation going. You've heard me say, where's the needle now? I mean, for NOHO, hatch box fish, wild fish, hatchery fish, what's the fitness now? And where do we need to go? And, I know it's going to vary by species in the watershed, but we need a baseline. Another thing is I'd like to know about is a reverse domestication. We've all heard over and over that in up to 2, maybe 3 generations that there's domestication and for RRS, but there's got to be a reverse domestication too. How many generations before that fish returns to wild? For example, if a hatchery fish goes out in the ocean, comes back and mates with a wild fish, the fitness is less than a wild fish. But if that progeny goes out in the ocean and comes back a couple years later and mates with a wild fish, and pretty soon we know it's going to be a wild fish. It's got to work in reverse. So what are the effects of that? And I'd like to see some study done on that. And there's been a bunch of stuff we've seen already on best practices for smolt release in our step hatcheries and other places. And I know there's been a lot of releases in the hatcheries that I'm familiar with, the step hatcheries, that we didn't really know when to release the fish. But depending on the stream conditions, you want to release them in high water or low water or dark water or clear water or day or night, or where do you want to release them in the river? And can you train them some to avoid predators, gain some strength doing that, and then timing it early, late, when do you release them? So a lot of, if you can develop protocol for that, so we know about best practices of smolt release. I know a lot of work's been done, but nice to have it in hand. That's a review of science and stuff out there. And supplementation effectiveness. What's the genetic and ecological risk? And this is actually one of our mandates in our in that House Bill 4331. So what is the genetic and ecological risk to naturally produce native fish when wild native broodstock hatchery produced native fish are released into the waters of the state? We haven't done that. And that's a mandate we're supposed to have. Positive aspects of hatchery origin fish in the river. I mean, it'd be nice to see a study. We see all kinds of negative studies, but what about having more hatchery fish in the river? I mean, that's more carcasses for the smolt to eat, and if the hatchery fish are as much wildlife as possible, maybe there's a benefit or more food for predators for having more hatchery fish in there, so they're not preying specifically on the wild fish, and I like to say more food for the smolt. So that'd be interesting to study to know about. The wildlife surrogate, like Carl just went through, is a very interesting study. How much of that can we actually cost effectively implement? There must be some part of it. And risk calculation is another one I'd like to know. Is there's been a lot of stuff saying that that PNAVA is much better than PHOS for measuring risk. We don't really have a very good risk measurements. Those are listed, some ideas, not all coming from me, but people have asked me can we look into those sort of things? So that's just some ideas. There's a lot of stuff out there that I would like to know more about. I'll be able to answer some of these questions. I guess. Discuss it. How about the workshop first, the hatchery workshop? Is you guys in favor of doing something like that? The hatch box?
Well, I'm curious about the hatchback piece. Is your idea related to significant augmentation of production, or as a method of primarily using it for engagement with the public and then potentially providing a little lift relative to production? Is it, I mean, what's the thrust on that?
Well, we know it's a great PR tool, and that's one reason they're begging for it. For using it. It's very effective that way. And it's been proven to be very effective in streams that had fish in the past and don't now. And so that's way below carrying capacity. And it's a way to get started. If you use wild broodstock for the eggs in the hatch box, we can pretty much assume that they're going to be pretty wild-like fish. And do that for supplementation, not as a production thing, but to bring back reaches and streams. I mean, a thought, it's been bothering me now. You got the whole Klamath River system, where the Copco dams and the lower dams in the Klamath are coming out, and you've got the whole upper river to get restocked. I mean, you could sit back and say, well, let's see how long it takes for the native wild fish to restock the river. Well, it might be 100 years, might never get back up there. But if you go up the Sprague and the Wood and Williamson and all those little creeks and get incubation boxes in there started with wild broodstock, and what could the effect of that be? Or raising surrogate type fish and restocking it, getting it started with that. That whole system, upper Klamath system, you might proactively rebuild that in a big hurry and have people out there, grandkids out there catching fish a couple of years from now. Anyway, for the
Well, Scott, we as a group is what we need to do. It's probably going to be unpopular with ODF. We're going to step on toes once in a while. But if we do, we can recognize that right now there's scientists, biologists, ODF and W people in this room that will tell you that hatch boxes don't work. And we tried them 20 years ago and they don't work. Well, are you still driving the same car you were 20 years ago? No, things change. Science changes. If you can't adapt, you're probably going to be left in the dust. The hatch boxes that Scott's talking about, they didn't have them 20 years ago. They weren't even envisioned 20 years ago. Now it's a whole different ballgame. And we look at them as a toolbox. You use them as a tool. And when they're no longer needed, put them up on the shelf, wash them out, and they'd be ready to go the following year. As far as being cost effective, I think they would be one of the cheapest items in your toolbox. And I think we need to bridge that gap between reality with those boxes and what was used 20 years ago. It's not the same. And 20 years ago, I was one of the guys putting those hatch boxes in streams. It took about 4 of us to carry them because they were all made out of concrete. And yeah, back then we were happy if, you know, you got 5% hatch success on their eggs. That is the way it is now. Mark did the hatch box deal here, and the success rate, egg to a fry, instead of 5 or 6% like it is in the wild, it was, what was it, Mark? 65% success rate for the hatch box, for the eggs in the hatch boxes.
It was better than 5%, Chuck. I don't have the number off the top of my head. What we concluded was that the in-stream hatch boxes performed better than the stream side incubators in terms of producing fry, egg to fry.
So we had an issue with them. The escape holes in the hatch box were too small. And a lot of the fry couldn't get through the holes. Well, the hole could be any size. And when you go down on the Elk River and get big eggs and fertilize them and put them in a hatch box, and it comes time for the fry to get out of the hatch box. I mean, if you have big eggs, you're going to have bigger fry. The way I understand it, I might be wrong.
I don't think we have time to discuss this in great detail, but I don't think any of us are proposing you ought to be sticking hatch boxes everywhere in every stream. There's certain conditions, certain protocols that they can be a very effective tool, and it ought to be a tool in the toolbox when the conditions are right to use it. And we just like to identify that, to get the best information out there, put it together, come up with a protocol when to use it. That's all I'd like to see come out of the workshop, not implementing them everywhere. But the public wants them. You're going to keep getting public pressure to the ODFW to use them because they were a very effective PR tool, and people would like to see them used. So let's figure out where to use them, when to use them, and how to do it wisely, and have it there to implement, but not do it wrong.
Well, PR is different than effective results in terms of fish production. That's just because they're popular, the public doesn't mean they're effective as far as restoration.
Where do they come from?
Right. Well, I read the information that you gave me, and pros and cons in there, but there's a lot of other very positive stuff about using them too. And that's what I say, there's a lot of different opinions, and let's get all the different opinions and put them together, and come up with a way to use it.
And I'm sure the laws have changed with the Endangered Species Act. What I'm reading is, hatcheries they're unable to use wild stock for their brood. I mean, pretty much, or it's very limited. I'm not sure exactly. To me, to make.
The use of wild fish is dependent on the run and your size of your program. So it's one size doesn't fit all as far as the use of wild fish.
Right. But I mean, we talk about, how the generations domestication, if we add the wild brood to it, I mean, it makes sense to me that it's one less stop of domestication. But yet, I'm not
What
able
you're
to.
saying is true, I'd have a hard time finding an example where we're not taking that concept and implementing it.
Okay, but it is difficult to get enough wild brood stock now.
If you have a depressed population, that's going to be mostly, let's say, mid-sea, northeast Oregon, getting enough brood stock in general during these low years is been a challenge. And so then there's usually a sliding scale of how many wild fish you can pull into your brood stock and how many hatchery fish you're going to allow to escape and spawn naturally. When you get over your coast, we've had challenges with fall chinook down in Starkey's neck of the woods where there really just isn't fish there now. And so,
I got a question. Hello?
Go ahead, Ted.
You've got the stream in front of the state capitol has 0 fish in it. They had nets in the river for 3 years. We caught 1 smolt coming back out of the Willamette up the river. Here's a river we could use high school students out of Dayton High School through the FHA and go out there and actually replant some fish. And what a PR trip that would be, right in the capitol. It's an empty stream, and I've looked at it for miles up and down. There's lots of places these would work perfectly in that little creek.
I'm not sure where we'll go with this. We don't have too much more time, but I threw out some ideas of research projects that I'm interested in. I'll be glad I could send that out to all of you. And if everybody could do the same, put together a list of things that interest them or they're getting from their local biologists or hatchery managers or just any interested people, research you want to do, and then maybe we can compile that together and agree on some research we'd like to do.
Do you want to use the Google Sheet for that? I can send the link for that.
Yeah, with some instructions of how.
With some instructions, I can do that. Sure thing.
I can't get my
Okay.
computer to work right now.
Okay.
If we had a couple minutes, I could just, in addition to complimenting the stuff you raised at the beginning, I started, as Mark mentioned, on the Google Sheet. So like one of the things I had come up with was, on the broodstock programs, like a deep dive comparison to compare traditional segregated programs, compare that to traditional segregated programs and the implication of those programs. So, we have some preliminary evidence in the biter study, for example, but it's only a start. So that, and then I think one of the other things that I was thinking about more broadly, and the comment that actually you made about most of our fish being harvested off the coast or not actually from here, was thinking about ocean distribution along the Oregon coast compared with Washington, BC, the Alaska current, California current. Like, it seems like, some connectivity for us to the fisheries management folks in Washington, California, and BC as kind of a West Coast initiative would be worth thinking about, as well as some of the scientific, study implications that could come out of that. I think I'll I'll send these over to you. They're in the drive now, but I think if we can start to, coalesce some of these ideas to have for discussion, to your point, I think it would be good for us to get them down and then we can prioritize them and then.
I'll send mine to you, and if everybody else could do the same thing, could you kind of compile it together?
Well, that's what Selena's saying. The Google Drive would avoid the compilation process, right?
Yeah,
So
sounds
we'll
good.
just put it in. I'm happy to help once we have them there. And I think for anybody who's not comfortable with using that, feel free to, I'll be glad to drop them in. You can email them to me and paste them in, but it's a very intuitive, it's like just an online spreadsheet, but yeah, I mean, that would be key.
Have you all had somebody come and talk about the cruise project? Where they catch fish and do fin clips in the ocean and figure out where those fish are from? So Kathleen O'Malley can talk about that. So if somebody else had suggested having Kathleen come and talk, so she can talk about the cruise project especially.
Okay, if we could do that, get that set up, it'd be great. Just send in your research ideas. And I'd like to talk, we've got a few minutes left. I'd like to keep us on schedule so people got to drive to go. But what would you like to do for the next September meeting? I mentioned I'd like to have some outside speakers come in. We might have a outside speaker for a director. Next meeting would be nice. But if you have any suggestions of people that you would like, people or speakers or topics you would like to hear in the next meeting. I mean, traditionally we've had our own OSU researchers and haven't had people from Idaho, Washington, or outside come in. And if there's any other topics or specific things you might be interested in, let us know. And we try to get those on the schedule. Also, this is one of the first meetings that we've had that we've really had a lot of open time to talk over ideas and where we want to go. And I don't think we completed all that yet. We're still a lot of discussion. I think I would expect in the September session, we carry forward this discussion of the research. We might be further along by then, or we'll go with research in the future. Mark's going to have an update on some of the things we approved the last time.
Now, I think we have to review the RFP, right? The call for proposals, isn't that right, Mark?
Yes, that's exactly right. So I would suggest that at your September meeting, you review concepts that you can list. I was sharing a moment ago, and I'll share again, the Google document that we've been talking about. I believe you can see that. In the far left column there is contributors. So I don't know why that's, I think a number of these are from Seth, others are from Scott. So you can author your contributions. And so discuss those concepts, and then those can be included in the RFP, in the request for proposals. So in September, I'm hoping that you'll have a list of concepts to vote upon that can then be the basis for proposals that you'll receive to review at your next meeting in December.
So if you have any suggestions for speakers or topics, the agenda, according to charter, the board sets the agenda, the direct and has been pretty much the chair has helped put together the agenda along with the director. And
we have
Selena and I sort of worked it out this time.
Yeah.
But any ideas you have, just go ahead and send it to us so we know, so we can try and work it into the agenda.
Do we have money that we can invite speakers in? Do you want somebody from Idaho, Seattle?
I think a speaker potentially.
A speaker.
I mean, yeah, because there's potential for that, for travel.
I know we very often we use federal speakers because they usually come free.
Right.
They can support their own travel. I'm serious about the question because some of the topics here would be worth having some speakers. Also workshops. We could invite a speaker or two in on the Hatchboxes. We just want to be careful not to invite a vendor because they're trying to sell something.
Or if you have, if you've read some research papers, if you would like, the author of those papers to come and explain it to us. I'll pursue that too.
Travis and I had talked prior to the meeting about the possibility of us trying to get connectivity to any of the tribal fisheries managers that were sort of profiled relative to the article that was mentioned that OPB and ProPublica did. I mean, I'd kind of like to hear their perspective on that. And, I think the other thing is it would not only be an opportunity for us to hear their point of view, but also to establish connectivity from the OHRC out to the tribal entities. I mean, it feels like we're kind of operating as completely siloed things, and something to consider.
Yeah.
I thought the
Great
same
idea.
thing. Yeah, it'd be good from the tribal perspective.
Yeah, and, depending on who we have for a new director, it might have a lot of experience along those lines, tribal things, so.
I don't know what the state of the art is, volitional release versus forced release. Which is better?
Lance knows
Is that?
Lance knows the answer, you just hold up.
Well, yeah, that's what comes to mind on a lot of this discussion. There's literally a lot of work that's been done, decades worth of work that's been done on most of these things to some degree. So I'm wondering about how we get existing research on a particular subject. If there's some key papers that folks would like to look at.
And I can work on that a bit over the summer and try to identify resources that, are good, either review articles or articles that aren't too, heavy in a sense, that would be useful. And then maybe do some little summaries on some of these topics that would be helpful for discussion in September.
Yeah, I mean, the fear is that we don't reinvent the wheel on all of this.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The first workshop I went to when I moved to Oregon, it was 45 years ago, it was on size time release hatchery, how to figure out how to do it. And my opinion is still not really there. We're doing a good job, but we still don't know exactly what's best. There's tons of information on that, hundreds and hundreds of papers.
A number of years ago, Oregon AFS sponsored a hatchery wild symposium that a lot of this was synthesized and summarized. I believe a white paper came out of that could be a helpful resource. And I know I have access to all those materials and can pass those along too. I think a document library might be pretty helpful for this group.
Just to follow up on one thing Carl said, the climate release. A lot of that is gray literature that's not available because agencies have done it and then kind of moved on. But I think we're in that transition phase where some of the things we learned previously no longer apply because there's this mismatch between when wild fish are ready some years and the ocean conditions are ready for ocean entry. And that may be one area where you can manipulate the hatchery rearing practice to improve survival by matching it up with ocean conditions better than the wild fish can. And so I think there's potential there for some of that research to inform like what we could do under changing environmental conditions to improve that hatchery survival.
You got a crystal ball in terms of what the weather pattern is going to be. These different life history points you can see. I remember some papers coming out of Coal River's hatchery in terms of different migration periods throughout the year. 3 or 4 different times where fish move in the winter, fish move in the summer, and depending on which year it was, one over the other would have better survivorship. So you sort of predict what the ocean was going to be when these fish enter. You grow them so that they're a certain migration mode.
Is there any other comments? So we'll try to We can do that early, sort of rough out an agenda for the next meeting, but any ideas you come up with, just feel free to send them. Again, I mentioned, if you find any kind of papers you're interested in, just send them out to the board. I mean, we don't have to have any censorship thing here, just pass out all the information you can, or if you have any requests or things you want on the agenda, just send it to me, give me a call. We'll work with it, try and get everybody on board. Got time for public comment?
Yeah, Scott, this is Jack. I was going to say I really enjoyed Carl's presentation. I was going to ask Carl, did you the hatchery smolts that you used as hatchery smolts were like old style? They weren't like wild broodstock smolts?
I think what the question is the origin of the eggs that we used in this surrogate study. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So for the Chinook, we used eggs that came from the hatcheries that are in the basin where the usually want to use the fish. And those are basically an integrated broodstock production, meaning that there's wild fish used as part of the broodstock. So that, yes, there's some hatchery lineage there. The surrogate steelhead are 100% wild fish brood.
Because the reason I asked that question, I was curious because a lot of the characteristics that you described, how they were shy and would go take certain paths and stay out of light and all that, like the wild broodstock steelhead we stock in the Wilson, or when you put them in the pond, they're exactly like that. I mean, you walk over the edge of the pond, they run away. Whereas the older, older fish, older style hatchery fish, you walk over the pond and they come over and get fed. It was just interesting. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Anybody?
Carl Finley here. I'll send in written comments.
Carl, you said you're sending in written comments?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Carl, you mentioned you'd like about 15 minutes in the next meeting to kind of give us an update. Could you review that?
I would think maybe Craig could do it. I mean, that's basically to get at the question of trying to cure the fin problems that domesticated steelhead have, and the research that's being done right now on that. So we have 1 year under our belt, a lot done here, a lot done for Alice, and then it's going on right now as we speak.
Would board like to hear that next meeting?
It's about a 10-minute, 15-minute presentation, I guess.
Like that, we could add a little bit for what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
By the time September.
It'd be useful to the project to get some ideas about what else could we be doing to solve it. Right now, what we're trying to do is figure out when does it start. So if you had to do something about it, when you start having to do that, and then you can fish heal. They also don't heal off like that. Like adults come back with stubby fins.
Very interested?
Yes.
Okay, we'll put that on the agenda.
I would like to give you a 10-minute update on the May Choice project and the fin sniffer that you helped me with the 50,000. I have some undergraduates working in the innovation lab. They started on Monday. I hope they've done lots by September that I'd like to share with you.
How much time do you need?
10, 15 minutes.
Okay. Any other discussion? How do you think the meeting went? Is this what you're expecting and kind of forum you'd like to see, where we're pretty open discussion and say whatever you want? Good.
A lot better in person.
Yes.
Yeah.
I personally like the discussion, Scott, more so than hearing the same talk over and over and over again.
Lindsay?
Good.
Okay, I guess we made it then.
Where's the September meeting? Are we going to be back out here?
We'll be here, but there'll always be
Yeah.
an option because we always have folks. who
We're
can't.
here if we can afford to drive this far.
That's right, that's right.
Well, is it always, is it stipulated that it should be here, or does it make sense for us to think about trying to get a room in Corvallis? I mean, it's like,
I can certainly get a space for us
it's
on
nice to come out
campus.
here, but Scott's
Yeah.
point about the extra fuel, I mean, it's like, I'd like to be here at least once a year, but I'm not sure if we, since every, I mean, I'm a little biased because.
We're kind of in between here too. Some people are coming from down the south coast and on the coast over here,
Right.
so.
No, if it's good, then we should stick to it. I
Yeah,
just
that's kind of
wanted to-
midway. The nice thing about being here is you get more of the atmosphere of the
Sure.
research center.
We have
Particularly if we
been
have guests, that come.
in Corvallis and Salem, which was.
I was there actually.
Oh, we've
Yeah.
we've met there in the past, often in the winter when the weather's lousier and.
Well, I mean, on that point about Corvallis and Salem, I mean, it does lend the question if we did have a bent towards having any guest speakers or guest folks involved, we'd have access, to ODFW staff in Salem, and then in Corvallis would have easy, pretty close anyways, but easier access to OSU staff. I don't know, just something to think about.
Well, if we did something in Corvallis, we could also do a tour of the fish performance and genetics lab and the fish disease lab as well.
Oh, that'd be really good.
Yeah, we've had half a dozen meetings more up there in the past, so it's worked out okay off and on, but.
Are we looking at the 13th of September, Scott? Do you want to set that?
Yes, if we change the jacket, go nuts, he's still on there. 'Cause, Jack really likes to hold us to the schedule, which we should, because he's got clients booked out ahead and we mess him up big time when they change it.
Tuesday the 13th.
Tuesday, the 13th?
Okay, any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, if I could just ask a question, Scott? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, as one, hopefully you can hear me. I'm wondering if it wouldn't assist the board in its function to have some sort of clearly defined action items. Just listening today, I've noted down a number of things that might need to be before your next meeting.
I've got a bunch of things down as well, Mark, so I can touch base with you. Mark and I have been meeting every couple of weeks just to, make sure we have good lines of communication. So he and I can chat about that.
Yeah, I've got some ideas.
And you've got some too. So yeah, definitely, Mark.
Good.
Okay. And we can then communicate with the board following the meeting.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, do I have a motion to adjourn? I'll make the motion we adjourn. Do we have a second? Second. No further discussion. We have the motion. We've got a second. We're adjourned. Thank you.
Second Tuesday, is that the idea? Second Tuesday. Yeah. Second Tuesday.
I still see them. I hear it.